Hello.
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 Wow.
Hello.
What the fuck?
That's really funny. That is really funny.
Wow, what's
That
happening?
is real.
I'm cute as a button.
Oh yeah, see, I'm being eaten alive.
Yeah. Yeah, look at you. We have a nightshade in here today, and Fujitech won't let me change his reactor from the last thing that I changed it to.
So he's just standing there menacingly.
he's just sitting there. He's hanging out.
Red Eyes Black Dragon, is that you?
Wow.
He's just doing his best. We're all here. We're all hanging out. We have these new reactives that Din made us for a little bit. And that's pretty neato. Maybe we'll throw them around at some points. Maybe we'll do more with them. Who knows? Well, we hanging out, and so is Lynn and the Nightshade. They're hanging out with us too today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Look at him, filling out the cutie decks. That's true.
The time is nigh. The seeds you have grown lush, ready for the reaping.
Heck yeah.
I'm never gonna get that. This is the greatest. It's the greatest thing I'm looking at right now.
Just a towering man's, and then just all these chibi fucks.
No, not that. It's just the Fairyland. Fairyland just saying all this ominous shit. Tiny cute little Fairyland. It's just like.
I don't know what you mean.
I will
Yeah,
watch
nothing was weird about what she said.
Suffer in the afterlife.
I love that,
I
that
merely
the Ronin
spoke true.
eyes are looking in two different directions.
Yeah, I mean it's incredibly accurate, really.
It's the best. It's the best. It's just the best.
Unless being spoken to, Ronan's eyes are just going off and it's in like
It's
the
just a
back of his
fish.
head.
As a fish, he can't look directly ahead. He's always looking off to the sides.
Yeah, it turns out that at no point in the campaign did he ever look anyone straight on. He always looked at them
Unless it was from the
facing
side.
sideways
Yeah.
from a profile angle.
Yeah. And then there's Gallard. Gallinard. Look at him.
Yep. He's great.
He's perfect.
He's wonderful.
He needs not take any other form.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He's reached the peak.
This is his final evolution.
This is what peak Gallon looks like.
You may not like
I
it.
enjoy how Black doesn't have a speaking mode, only intrigued and incredulous.
It's great.
Wondrous.
Two states of being.
Absolutely wondrous. My guys, perhaps you might have noticed from our reactors, but sometimes we play Avatar. Yeah, this is welcome to Avatar RP. It did not end as most people think it did. You can
Sounds
see
fake.
we have he's right there. There's Akira. This is obviously Avatar RP. I don't know why you guys are here. Akira's ready to go fight Ganon.
Nico.
Yeah, what's up?
Avatar RP ended 3 years ago.
What?
Today.
What?
You gotta let it go, man.
What?
You gotta let it
Your
go. It wasn't your fault.
Avatar RP is gone. We buried it.
We said we'd never speak of it. They can't know the truth.
Oh god.
We took an excavator. We buried it more than 6 feet under.
Oh jeez. I
It
heard
was
there's
very
actually.
expensive.
I heard that. Yeah, I was gonna say. I heard there's actually problems with burying people too far underground. Like, if you go like much more, it like gets weird.
Well, you see, we buried them in like have you ever seen like how buildings have like these huge pits that are like for their foundations?
Yeah.
We just stuffed Avatar RP down one of those and
Well,
it's covered in cement.
I think that the big reason why people don't bury people too far underground, unless it's like a crypt or something, obviously, is because like the caskets can't handle it. Like once a certain amount of dirt and rock and earth and whatever is on top of them, like they just basically over time will be destroyed. Whereas if
Yeah.
it's just like 6 feet under or like, you know, around that much, then they can handle that much weight almost in perpetuity.
I think it's also involving what do you call it? In case earthquakes happen.
Oh yeah.
That way, yeah. Because if the what do you call it? Tectonic plates are, you know, if you go too far under, obviously, you know. But if you stay at the topsoil, they don't move around as often.
Oh.
Like I know that's a thing out in California. I know it's out in California and Nevada and all those other places.
Did not know that. Very interesting. Very interesting. But yes, we're playing. I guess we're playing Zelda then. That's the only other one I can think of that we're doing.
Yeah, let's stick to Zelda.
Yeah, let's
Monday.
just do Zelda. I guess that's fine. Why is Akira here? He's just hanging out. He's watching his kids.
Akira watches you sleep at night.
I just want you all to just imagine little strings on each of them, and just Akira has them all in his hand.
Adventure!
Oh, what, like dance? Christ.
And Mark has already slipped out of his bind and has escaped.
Already escaping. Oh, you're using the other one. You're not using the newest one, Emerald.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Hurry up and switch before we switch over. You dork.
Let them
Wrong link, fuck.
I'm here because it's a crossover.
Yeah, it's a crossover. Akira's gonna show up and gonna be like, oh, you guys are looking for stuff? That way.
Oh, it's this way.
There's probably stuff that way.
And then he's gonna disappear into the night. I need to have Lindo make Akira into a Gerudo. He'll be the previous male Gerudo, who's somehow still alive.
I'm here, yay!
There you are.
Hey.
There you are.
I'm slightly over, but it's fine.
Yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Don't worry.
Now I'm gonna look at Gal and Boopy.
There we go. Here, I got.
You're looking right at him. Like,
You guys are looking for some stuff? No, I haven't seen it. I'm fucking blind.
There you go.
Yes, Din made me both for both outfits. It's great.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Very cute.
you're very cute. God, the
What?
You're very cute.
What?
Got you.
Everybody's getting each other.
You know what's so squeaky?
Akira's at the
Got
Dreamer's
her.
Traverse. He might be. He might be at the Dreamer's Traverse. We'll see. That being said, though, let's go ahead and jump in now that we've used these for a little bit of time, and you know, we're gonna switch over because I don't have them set up for anything else on any other sections because they're rather large. We'll have to figure out if we want to have them be in the things like we do in KH or not some other time. But with that being said, here we go. Hello, we're in the room now. Hello, room. Hello, red chair with the knife on it. That is always to be here. We are
Not ominous at all.
It's as long as we don't talk about it too much, then we're safe. But you know, mentioning it every now and then is fine probably. We'll see. We have these little shirts now. Look at these shirts. Everybody has a shirt. Don't you guys love your shirts?
What shirt?
It's right here. This shirt.
Oh, the metaphorical shirt.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, the metaphorical shirt that's trying to show off your stuff because you guys got your new outfits, which are over here, by the way. Wow, they're just laying
Yes,
here.
I adore my shirts, plural.
Oh yeah, you got all the other shirts, the ones they didn't choose.
Nah.
You got the fancy nice shirts. And they have states, so you can go to a different state. Like you can go to state number 2, blah, and it's the same ass shirt.
Oh my god.
It's great.
Wow.
Identical shirts.
It sure is.
But we got these. We got these new outfits over here. We showed last time. Look at them. They're there in their full body glory. And over here, where the guys were last time over at the Dreamer's Traverse, they're out here as well in their new outfits. Look at those new outfits.
Whoa. Wow.
Look at them. And they have states, so they can go between them.
Hell
Oh, I'm
yeah.
gonna fuck that up all the time.
You're just always gonna just be like, how come I'm not wearing my shirt?
Well, it's because I remember there was the thing where one of the keybinds that I used to have.
If we have to,
I would
we
always
can
be hovering over something and it would change it by accident. I was like, what is happening?
If we have to, we can switch it over. We can give you just a regular one. But yeah. Speaking of Dreamer's Traverse, speaking of all the things happening here, let's go ahead and roll to see who's gonna tell us what happened last time. As I'm gonna bring over the dice. Where's your dice? I'll take yours. We'll bring this dice over into the area where your cards will be if you had them. They're in the room. Don't worry. So. Marco will be number 1. Gorthos will be number 4. We're going Marco, Ronan, Marco, Ronan, Polo, and then Gorthos. That's the numbers. Hiya. Who's telling us? Gorthos, what happened last time?
That is a good question.
It's a wonderful question.
Speak words, bone.
I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna be honest. I can't remember this shit right now. My brain is shot from work today. I'm sorry.
Last time on Zelda RP, we went to the banquet to decide who's gonna be taking over Zora's domain. Everyone was invited. Mostly it was kind of exclusive, but still.
It's a little exclusive, but you know.
And the king and King Rog was like, okay, guys, so here's the deal. I don't want to be king anymore. I've made this very clear. I refuse to come back from retirement. You guys cannot make me. But you guys don't want my son to be king either, and I don't blame you. So here are the options. We've got Bachelorette number 1, Faraday. Bachelorette number 2, Ronan. And Bachelorette number 3, Adam. Now, I think
getting the rose?
Now, I think all of these 3 people are perfect suitable matches for being king. Although to be fair, as a surprise to absolutely everyone, I have a bias for Ronan. Now, today's challenge of the day is, hey everyone. No wait, hold on. So Ronan, I think you should be king. You should explain why you shouldn't. And Ronan was like, see, you know, I'm really busy right now going on like adventures and doing things. And, you know, I really wasn't expecting to get this far. I just want to play my violin and kiss my fishwife. And it was like, okay, this is why Ronan shouldn't be king. Okay, Faraday, what about you? Why shouldn't you be king? Faraday was like, man, I'm just a priestess. I was about to retire in like a couple days too. Like, so king, you should understand that retiring is a luxury and a privilege that many don't even get a chance to get to. You know how long we Zora live? We have to wait a long time for retirement.
Especially in this fucking Zora economy.
Don't you think that I should be able to enjoy my golden years in fucking peace? And maybe, you know, raise the daughter future princess? And Rog was like, okay. So Adam, why do you think you shouldn't be king? And Adam was like, I was kind of brainwashed and lives in servitude under a spear. I do not have a life. And I'd do it again. And
I'd do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
And I'm pretty sure I was at least half in there when it came to some of those actions. And I don't know anything about running a government. And it was like, and then Ronan and Faraday raised their hands and said, neither do we.
Except Faraday didn't, because, you know, she does.
And Rog was like, how about this? I've got a better idea. So Faraday, Adam, you guys should guilt trip Ronan into becoming king. By this I mean, can you guys talk about how great of a king Ronan would be? And then I asked Ronan loaded questions like, are you gonna say they're wrong?
This is the most accurate recap I think you've ever given.
But rinse and repeat with Faraday and rinse and repeat with Adam. And at this point it became when it came to everybody else, it was like, okay, guys, everybody else, why do you think they should be king or should not be king? And Gorthos was like, oh no, Ronan should be king. I think it'd be a great idea. Ronan should be king. Polo and Marco were like, I don't know, man. Like they've got some points as to why they shouldn't be king. Also, I don't really agree that Adam should be king, because exactly what he mentioned, the dude's kind of done enough and been completely denied a life. And you want him now to give the rest of it probably to be king. That's not nice.
That's not nice.
And then Polo also mentioned, how about we instead establish a republic? And
We're
everyone
not
told her
here
to
to
shut
change your fucker.
And everyone told her to shut the fuck up.
Every time you guys go to a place, you can't try to upheave the government. You try
That sounds like Twitter talk.
Eventually, Jason finally looked up from their plate of waffles to say that I've actually seen the future, and Ronan will not be king. So don't worry, it's not gonna happen, Ronan. Don't you worry. And after some careful deliberation, and once more, Adam saying, no, like, guys, I don't know anything. It can't be me. And Ronan saying, also, I have a quest to put together the Triforce, so even if I was king, I couldn't be here anyway. Everyone decided, I'm sorry, Faraday, you're gonna have to take BL for the team. And Faraday begrudgingly agreed. Everyone said hurrah.
Tipped over
everyone said
the table.
Everyone said hurrah except for her. And then everyone decided that, you know what, it was a good time to kick back, relax, and Nikala wasn't done talking with Adam yet. And now that he's no longer busy with all this bullshit, she can keep talking to him now. Because she likes spears, and he was in servitude to a spear for a very long time. So she wants to talk to him about how cool spears are. And like, are you gonna finish that? You haven't touched your food at all. It sounds like you're really, really exhausted. But let's keep talking. I'll see you in your clan bed. I low-key ship it. But after we all decided that, man, that was tiring, let's all go home. And we did that. And then it was time to do time skip shenanigans. Where the DM only subtly implied to Emerald that, hey, you know where you haven't gone in a long time? The black market. You should probably go there. Not because there's something there, just, you know, because you haven't been there in a while. I wouldn't bring this up for
Well, he was wanting to spend money.
I wouldn't bring this up for a reason. And as Emerald took the bait,
he needed to spend money, man. He wanted
as Emerald took the bait, and then we all decided to come with him, just moths to a flame, and walked into the tent. Emerald immediately said, and I quote from the VOD, "Oh no." As we had to talk to a very sleep-deprived Russian experiment with schizophrenia, and probably the worst Kingdom Hearts collaboration since the app.
It isn't a Kingdom Hearts collaboration. It was a 5Ds collaboration.
They don't travel through dimensions.
This was a thing in 5Ds. Oh yeah, they do. Fuck yeah, they do. What are you talking about?
Kingdom Hearts. This is because of Kingdom Hearts. It's a Kingdom Hearts collab.
It isn't a Kingdom Hearts. It hasn't been in Kingdom Hearts.
Not yet, because it just started. Anywho, the point is, freaking, there's a special event on your Kingdom Hearts app that talks about the Dreamer's Tavern. And as we went to this shop merchant, and it was like, okay, show us your wares. He showed us heart containers, which was really, really cool. Then he showed us his stash of cocaine, which Emerald bought. Then he showed us our wares of monster parts of previously vanquished foes that were in pristine condition, and Polo wondered, how the fuck did you even find another Gomez or another fucking previous boss monsters? And we decided to go with the Dodongo, since that was the big boss monster we hadn't killed yet. Because it was a schizophrenic Russian experiment victim, it was very, very hard to get any information. We don't know what this. I don't know what you bought, Marco. I'm not using it. I'm not using the cocaine you bought. I'm really sorry. You bought spices. They're good. Thank you. But what are they? Why did you buy these? But we eventually got some wares. He got some really shiny coins that he seemed to be very, very happy about. Marco got a special coin that's his special invitation to the Dreamer's Traverse, whatever that is still. Apparently there was a demon floating around after Ronan played a little doobly doobly song, and everything seemed a-okay. Because Polo looked at the eye and it told her that it was a-okay, so that we just walked on our way, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Heck yeah. Do you want to mention anything else you did during the little time skip area?
We really, after the Dreamer's Traverse thing finished, we wrapped up game.
Traverse.
Like, before the Dreamer's Traverse?
Did we do anything? What was?
I don't really. I mean, Polo invented pockets.
Oh yeah.
We got clothing with pockets.
You guys were able to make your clothes, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you very much
I like how
the...
I looked at you fucking twisting and turning these, and I was like, why is he doing that?
What's going on over there? What the fuck? What's this guy fucking doing? What a weirdo. But yes, with all that being said, you guys did in fact get pockets, which are very neat. You guys are able to buy quite a lot of things, including monster parts and other things from the Dreamer's Traverse. As well as you guys were able to get some things done you guys wanted to get done prep before making your way out and about into the world around you, because each of you want to make your way off to do some training, to do some chilling, to figure out some things. You guys want to make your way off for around a month, I believe. So, with that being said, while everybody is doing such a thing, let me go ahead and switch the audio over into the Zelda playlist. And just like what I had said earlier, let's just go straight to Terrytown. But yeah, as everybody would make their way back from the Dreamer's Traverse, not having a lot of money left since you guys had done everything you could to spend and get things from there, you would make your way into your guys' house once more. At this point, you guys can divvy up any of your spoils from the Dreamer's Traverse as much as you would like, moving them along to anybody that would like to have them or mess around with them. At this point, each of you have an idea as to how you guys feel you can get stronger. You guys just fought with the previous Caesar King, and from what you guys had seen when you were doing so, there wasn't a ton you could do. The man could fly, the man was extremely strong enough to nearly one-shot some of you, and the biggest thing you were able to do anything to him was release him from some kind of a control, which, while that is neat and you guys gain power from it, you wonder how much of his aspirations were that in the first place. At the same time, who knows, maybe it is going to cause some kind of a big change in him, no matter what. But as each of you would be preparing for your times to make your way out, I'm going to go to each of you, and we are going to decide your future for the next couple of weeks. As we go to each of you, some of you have some decisions to make during yours, but others of you do not. So we will check things out as we go. First things first, during these next 4 weeks, as you guys make your way back, as you guys sleep in your beds, your clams, your whatevers, you guys hang out with your peoples, which again, we can have little interactions if you guys would like to before we go on into the main section of things. It does not matter. During these 4 weeks, we'll start with Marco. Marco, as you would make your way back, everybody would separate from each other, making their way into their beds, their clams, their whatever the fuck Gorthos does. Waking up mostly you would find yourself the next couple of weeks not alone in the house, but definitely with a lot less to do and a lot less of your immediate traveling companions near you. During this time that everybody says that they are going to be taking a bit of a break, what exactly would you like to go and do? To make yourself stronger, to make yourself better, to achieve your duties. Is Marco there?
Are you alive? He's not.
Emerald, what the fuck?
Just in case, Emerald, you are on mute.
No.
Emerald, I don't like you. I'm playing. He said AFK. Okay, yeah. He said he picked the wrong one to go first. I'm AFK. That's fine. Marco, he is going to sleep. Anyway,
for a month.
We'll go to Gorthos then. Gorthos, during this time, Marco would be the one staying mostly in Castletown around where you are currently. But again, like I had mentioned with the others, everybody has their own thing that they would like to go off and do. You feel that you are somewhat alone, more alone than you have been in the past several weeks/months during this stuff, at least from your immediate companions. During these 4 weeks, the biggest thing that comes to mind from everything is the fact that this person, the one that you guys had just had the run-in with, you were not able to do much of anything to aid your allies. You were not able to do much of anything to get them to a position where they could have an advantage against this person. Hell, if it wasn't for everybody doing everything they could, several of you could have perished in that moment. And fortunately enough, you guys are able to stop that. But upon being here on your lonesome, upon looking about things and trying to figure out things for yourself, where exactly would you like to go to perform any sort of thinking, aside from, of course, when you're making armors and things of that nature? Where is your me getting stronger time taking place? You still feel that power that you had obtained through the close proximity with the Triforce piece that was retained. At the same time, what exactly can you do? You're strong. You've used all of your you've regained most of your memory. You feel that there's not a ton left that you feel you need to focus on. You've used all of your lives to get to the strength you are now, and at this point, even though you do feel as if there are some things still missing, you feel like you're as strong as you've ever been, if not stronger in some ways.
Maybe going back to where it all
began?
Going back to Death Mountain.
You can definitely do so. Is there anybody you would like to bring with you on your journey?
Thinking about it.
You can also go on your lonesome. Give yourself some time to think.
Yeah, I think for once he goes alone.
Gorthos?
In the big boy body.
You would make your way downstairs. Upon doing so, you would find that for the first time ever, since this is about a week or so into your guys' things, at least a couple of days into your guys' different things, for the first time, all of your bodies are together, which is good for you. You have the choice of any and all of them at this point. All 4 of your current forms are down in the basement. Bloop. I'm gonna move these 2 over now. As you choose your current form, you're gonna take your big boy body.
It's where it all started.
You get into your demonic body. Upon doing so, looking back toward the 3 that are remaining, you remember all of the weirdness that was going on with the small body. Apparently it getting some of that wine in it somehow. You remember whenever you had left this body, how it had been swiping at the keys and things before, during all of the fighting that was happening here with the Gomez. None of them seem to be doing much moving or much of anything for the moment. They just are stationary, very much as statues, looking back to you.
Just looking at these things that are acting strangely and just... Well, are any of you going to come with?
Gorthos, roll me for your experience.
I have a huge number in that.
You do.
Why is everything off kilter slightly? I forget it.
Oh my god, it's randomized into Corridor of the Elements Part 1 and Part 2 3 times now. It went from Part 1 to Part 2 and now it's back to Part 1.
Okay. So that's 6 plus 7.
Roll me one more time, please.
Oh, hey. It's 12 plus 7.
As you say that, as you turn back to them and you tell them, well, are any of you coming? Or any of you going to do anything? You find one of them does move. You see and hear the sound of clanking metal happening as the Donu body steps forward.
It has been some time, hasn't it, gentlemen?
It seems to look up towards you. As it does, it brings its hands out and seems to grip onto the large blade that it is holding.
Something that looks to his big hands and just... Okay, so it's gripping the sword. Is it holding it out to me, or is it just gripping it?
It is holding it out in front of him, as if at the ready.
Perhaps the other 2 have learned the rest. Perhaps 3 of them have.
What was that again? Sorry, I think I misheard.
Perhaps the 2 of them have had. Perhaps the 2 of them have earned a rest. He looks at himself. Maybe all 3 of them have from now.
You say, perhaps the 2 of them have earned a rest. Upon saying that, this body steps forward. As if in defiance.
He looks the last one. Well, you're going to be a rebel forever.
It crosses his arms.
We all know how you wanted to save Easter. So.
It doesn't seem to immediately move.
If he's going to find answers to fight this evil, he could use your expertise in this. Who better to gain knowledge from?
The body turns away.
Wow. Why is it that you fought anyway? To stop now.
It turns towards you. You see, for a moment, that same red glow of malice appear in its eye once again. However, it seems to immediately disappear.
Or it be from Gorthos to say, well, what does Gorthos have to say about giving up? He's never given up. You clearly don't want to either, do you? It's in there. Deep down in there. A storm. Right. You've seen it. The thing we fight. You know what we're up against. Now's not the time to sit defiantly, but to stand defiantly.
Turns away again. It seems as if it seems rather stalwart.
Well, he's most certainly not going to force you to come.
Do you want to make your way out?
The doorway will always be open, though. He's too forgetful sometimes.
Hey, a new guy! Did you know the Phantom Thieves? Ryuji?
Did I ever learn this one's name?
You have not. The only thing you know is that he was apparently in the same group that Adam was in at one point, and eventually he was against pursuing the destruction of the ferry. He had been following them basically as a bit of a double agent almost, until finally he was pushed to the point where he could not hold back any longer.
if you change your mind, Northos Snow's the perfect place to let it all out. Amongst Death Mountain. Maybe he'll show you it one day. Maybe he'll get a chance to show a lot of people.
Does not make any moves.
Kind of stands up a bit more straight. In case he forgets again, thank you for everything. He couldn't have achieved a lot without your power, without your help. A lot of people wouldn't.
You feel almost a sense of a rising heat coming off of this body as you continue to talk to it. It looks back to you again, that one slight glow of malice in its eyes. As if irritated with you.
You're angry. We did not mean to make you angry.
He does not respond.
Yeah, I didn't expect a response. I'm just trying to figure out what to do next here. It's a strange situation. He's just kind of rolling with it, to be honest.
Well, these two seem to be potentially following you. Do you want to start making your way over toward the archway?
We're gonna start making some moves towards the archway, yeah.
As you start making your way away, as you start walking, these two following directly behind, you see that behind them, this one starts to move.
Oh my god, that's what he was in life. Okay. I get it now. He's gonna go through the yard. He just kind of glances over and just doesn't say anything. Just keeps going.
You got a really good roll. All three of them were going to eventually do something. You just started being very bleeding hard around him, so he started getting irritated. He's like, I'm fucking coming, go, get out of here.
I picked the best bodies. Let's go to Death. Let's go to someplace in Death Mountain I think we've never been to, but I think he'd remember.
Definitely. As you make your way to the archway, the first thing that you do, you would find yourself coming out, I'm guessing, in Demon Con.
Mm-hmm.
As you would be stepping out from there, it is rather late in the night. Most of the people at the Demon Manor would be essentially at a bit of their resting hours. You would note upon coming in here that looking into the main section of the area, you would find that in the actual underground, the actual downstairs of the demon headquarters, there would be inside of the kitchen area There is a passed out looking Kuro, as well as several others, including basically the entirety of the group that had gone off into the lower forest. You find most of Himbo-Con has made their way back into the kitchen area and have been looking as if they have been trying to fix their horrible cooking skills. Going
kind
up,
of like slowly closes the door to the kitchen.
Going up
Gently.
into the main section, you would find that one of the pieces of the throne that was there seems to have been collapsed. You remember Marco explaining that he dropped in on the main section and had landed and broken one of the thrones that were there whenever Volcircuit had teleported him. Still seems to be somewhat broken.
Never has been exaggerated, has it?
As the four of you would make your way out and going off, where exactly in Death Mountain are you making your way to? I think I know, but we'll see.
I want you to tell me what you think it is so I can tell you your fucking wrong problem.
I was thinking you were going to make your way over toward the ruins of the Fire Temple.
Yeah, you're right. It's the only piece left that's still like a solid chunk of what his fortress was. It's where it all really began, right?
Mm-hmm. I currently do not have any of that inside of the room.
I don't think you're going to get that.
But we can all believe for a bit. If it is ever needed, I can get us the things in. I just have to search for them throughout my many things on my computer. However, for today, it takes you a bit, around a couple of, you think a couple of hours of travel would take you there. The first thing you would notice upon traveling in that direction is you would find that the Goron village on the way there does seem to be seemingly abandoned. Looking into the area, you don't even see any of the old Gorons remaining. As you and the other three make your way through the streets of the Goron village, the one thing you would find, there does appear to be a single statue in the center of the town. The statue depicting, from what you can tell, a near perfect representation of the mortal goddess. What appears to be the only statue in the entirety of Hyrule that actually gets her proportions right.
Of course you like this one.
As you look it over, roll me for your experience again, please. No, this would be diligence. Roll me diligence.
Yeah, okay.
Which you could always make experience if you want to with your cards.
I mean, I could always do that, couldn't I? Maybe I might just.
Maybe I will.
Maybe I'll make all my rolls from now on a +7. Can't stop me.
Do you want to use your gifted strength?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll me with your experience instead of your diligence.
And this die I found.
And this die you found.
9, 11 plus 7, 18.
Looking it over, you immediately can tell, upon seeing the craftsmanship of this statue, it seems to be the exact same make of statue as the refurbished statue you had seen over in the Zora's domain. Whoever had made this was the exact same person who made the one off into the Zora's domain. You remember hearing of a craftsman of the among the Gorons who was the one that they had made to do that. He also, from what you had seen looking at that one, had made the one in the Zora domain into a bit of a golem. Most likely this person is also the one responsible for the golem-like version of yourself that was over at the Fire Temple.
Just like gently brushes against the statue, just in his hand, just because some come to life too, Boulder.
You check it over. There does not appear to be any kind of indentation like the others, like the one you had seen off in the Zora domain. There doesn't appear to be any place to place any sort of item or anything. However, again, this one is much smaller than the ones there. Again, it seems to be of almost perfect proportions, meaning it is the size of a Hylian woman. As you look at the statue too much, you find that the statue giving it sort of kind of almost motherly look over top of the Goron people. As you stare further and further into this, you're like, there is no way whoever made this had not seen the mortal goddess before. Or at least had a very good depiction of it. Or description.
We'll have to take her up here.
You imagine like a Hylian coming back here like, who the fuck's that?
Maybe you should bring it back down to Castle. And then they just forget again 1,000 years.
You end up, after a bit, tearing yourself away from the statue. Looking further, deeper into the area, you would find yourself to the edge and then out of the Goron village. Again, not seeing any sort of person left behind there to say or do anything. About another hour of travel, you would find yourself over by where the ruins of the Fire Temple are. The entirety of what you can see at the top of this place completely collapsed. Standing in front of where this castle-like structure is, you find a half-destroyed visage of a demonic statue. And all around it, you see the fully destroyed, almost an army of Goron statues around it. Now seeing that it wasn't just the Gorthos statue that came to life, it was apparently the Gorthos statue and all of the other Goron statues that had came to life as well in defense of this place. Looking at the actual damage to the Gorthos statue, you find that this music's a little bit too triumphant. Give me a second. We'll go back to Corridor of the Elements. You find that some of the most damage that was dealt to this seems to be upon the legs of this creature. Most likely, whenever it had lost its ability of flight, it had collapsed downwards. You see that one of its arms and shoulders have been completely broken away. Half of its jaw, the skeletal-like stone jaw that it seems to have, seemingly broken. You see this look of anger and defiance across the structure of this statue. Upon the inside, from what you can tell, there seems to be a strange, almost skeletal layer to this statue. As you look it over, before you were wondering how this thing had been moving. As you look it through, it appears to have a skeleton almost made out of goddess metal inside of it. Unfortunately, it seems completely beyond any sort of repair. Whoever had made these does not seem to really be too afraid of using goddess metal in their contraptions. Because you see the same thing coming from each of the destroyed Goron statues as well. You take note, the Donu body steps forward and begins to look over each of the Goron statues. You see, before it does, it plants its sword in front of it, and it looks as if it starts trying to clean them up, as it starts picking up pieces of debris and setting them off into small piles.
That is a respectable idea. I think Gorth will start help doing the same thing.
The two of you will begin to pick up big loads of these pieces, these Goron statue pieces. As you do, each of you would find that it is hard to determine where a lot of the smaller pieces would go. However, you are able to pick up over the next, again, little bit of time, essentially, potentially a couple of hours. As you set them all to their sides, you are able to find that most of them seemed unique. None of the statues that were here seem as if they were the same Goron statue. They were all very unique in their own ways. They had either different markings, different structures among the stone-like bodies that they would hold. You find some of them had different expressions. As you set them all away, eventually you take count of all of the rubble that is around, as you find that there is around 28 different statues, at the very least. Maybe there would be more or less, depending on if there were some mistakes the two of you have made, but as you look each of them over, some of them feel very familiar to you. As you look each of these over, roll me for your experience one more time, please. And this one's actually experience.
Yeah. Eight plus 4 is 12.
Roll me one more time. Aggie gave you a fleeting.
Oh, thank you. Oof.
And roll me one more time from one from earlier.
Okay. Thanks for all the generosity. Oh, Christ.
That's much
it's
better.
18 plus 8. Yeah, it is. 18 plus 8.
Gorthos.
Mm-hmm.
Two of these in particular, as you look them over, you see these two very unique looking Gorons. Both of them, as far as you can tell from the rubble, seeming extremely young looking Gorons. As you look them over, for a moment, a thought passes your mind as you remember that same scene that you remember before from the body that was behind you whenever you had seen out from the Kokiri hero's form. You remember that same scene for a moment, only this time from your own visage. As you had passed over this group of nearly 100 heroes, maybe. You passed over two brothers, two Goron brothers, both of them very large but very young looking. You look around, because as soon as you remember these two, you remember something extremely familiar about them, something very unique about them. They were both chosen Goron heroes of two very specific weapons One of them held something that the Gorons called the Megaton Hammer. A hammer that was so large that it would take a demon or a Goron, or maybe someone like Ronan, maybe, to hold. Upon what you've seen of Ronan, he probably could.
Yeah.
The other, you remember seeing what appeared to have been... Making sure that I am correct here. The Meteor Greatbow, which was a large stone greatbow that seemed to have shined with magic. As you begin looking around the rubble, unfortunately you do not find anything of the sort. You're not sure if these statues would have had those weapons or not, but you were probably sure that they would at least have depictions of those weapons. At the very least.
They were depictions, they might have been made of stone.
Mm-hmm. Between you and your Donu body, you are able to clear out a humongous area in front of this temple. By the way,
closest thing to rest. Yeah. Let's keep going.
where would you like to go? Currently, from what you can tell, there does not appear to be any way inside of the fire temple.
Hey, a new guy. Did you know where
The entirety of the top of the temple seems to have collapsed inward. And from what you can tell, there was seemingly an eruption of some kind of fire or magma inside. Because as you look near the center of the temple, it seems as if there is very much some igneous rock, very similarly to the ones that were back at the River Zora domain, most likely that had filled out the cracks of this place. The temple does not appear to be, at least from here, any way explorable.
He just kind of puts his head on the door, just like rests it there, just... Come on, there has to be another way in. He just kind of shuts his eyes and just tries to think if there's another way inside his old castle.
The only way... Oh, geez. That was a rapid switch.
Yeah.
Let's go this one. The only way that you know of being able to get into your place is through the temple itself. However, you do remember, upon being awoken in this world just a little while ago, that a lot of these great temples, from what you could remember and from what you've been told, have been separated, and a lot of them have been moved about. The one thing you do know is that there is one other place that you know is connected to your temple. That is the area over here on the map. Bloop. Because that is the place that had your forge. However, that is... You're like here. So that's a long way away. You also remember that you were told that a moblin had taken up residence there, though you were also told that apparently it had left and had started making its way across the countryside. So who knows? whatever it is something that you do know is something that Marco is interested in as well, because that is the place where he had first had his journey, but also that is also the place where you guys believe that one of the sages that had kidnapped one of the demons potentially has gone. So it is not somewhere for you to go alone.
I think that the more he thinks on it, he's trying. I'm just trying to put into words what my thoughts are. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Just
You are cool, my dude. Don't even worry about it, boy. I am doing my own thing at the moment.
let's see.
Take all the time you need to get any sort of thoughts out of your brain.
I think that he would want to go somewhere where he can overlook the rest of the mountain. Something reminiscent of his castle from before, where he'd always overlook everything. Place he would go to think.
As you begin to think, you begin to try to figure out a place to go that is not the top of your temple, which would normally have been just that place. The temple was somewhere that you always stayed. Back whenever you had first been one of the 4 demon generals, even from what little memories you have of that, you remember going to the top of your place because you would never leave. You would always have people bring things to you. As you're thinking, you feel something collide with your back. You see, as it does, a small clinging sound appear onto the ground beside of you. You look down to see what appears to be a small rock.
He turns around.
You see the 3 bodies behind you. The Donu over by where the stone members of the Gorons were. As it's sitting there, it's like looking around. It's like, you don't think it would have threw a Goron piece at you. You look over toward Angie Man as it just sort of like glares back at you. However, as you look toward the Kokiri, It has its shield on its side and its sword at the ready, looking to you.
Oh. He just turns all the way around to face the Kokiri.
You see it holding the Kokiri sword at its side. You see, as you turn to face it, it steps a bit forward with its right leg and points the sword towards you. For a moment, you also see the glimmer of goddess metal about it, as you see that because this is the body that you would be keeping a bunch of things on, it is also holding on to it the ether medallion. The same medallion that had made this thing into a skeleton in the first place. Also, hello Raiders. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hope you guys had a great time with Wheel. You guys had a great time with Digimon.
Digimon.
Digimon. It appears to be challenging you.
Yourself, Atalanta. He just kind of shifts, like his weight, or he just kind of shifts his weight a little, and, like rolls his shoulders, flexes his hand with his claw hands.
You see it bring down the Kokiri blade in front of it in a swiping motion. As it does, what appears to be a shine from the ether medallion comes from it, as the Kokiri blade itself, as well as the shield that it holds in its hands, begin to start almost burning with electricity. You see crackling appearing and slight bits of burns appearing on the edges of the wood. As if in response to your, yes, by myself.
He cracks his knuckles. You should know a hero never stands alone. So, let's see how far we can go. Now, he's gonna go at it.
For the time, as the two of you would go at each other, both the magician and the Donu would stay out of the way, as Atalanta, from what you can tell, potentially could be Atalanta, maybe it's just Atalanta's will, who knows, begins to start striking about at you at different parts of your armor. For the moment, you are very happy that this armor is the magic armor, because it looked as if some of those strikes potentially could have sent very extreme shocks down you. But as you begin grappling it, as Atalanta seems to be very nimble, you've seen it. This is the highest AC to body you have.
I know what Atalanta's body can do.
It begins to show you more than that. As you watch Atalanta fighting in front of you, again, you see a mastery over this ether medallion, for example, much more than you feel like you've been able to unlock yourself. If you look at the ether medallion, there's always been a line at the top of the ether medallion that is very telling about it. That line being, capable of generating devastating storms when used by its chosen hero. As you look over, Atalanta appears to be using this thing whenever you know for a fact this medallion should be nearly out of uses. As they are striking about at you and as you are blocking, and eventually throughout this sparring session of around half an hour or so, you are finally able to grab Atalanta completely in your grasp in your demon body. As you hold on to Atalanta and you bring them up to your side, looking into the skeletal form of Atalanta, staring back to you, they do appear to stop struggling after a moment. As they stare back at you, you find, for a moment, there is a slight sense, not of disappointment. You would never be disappointed at this kind of thing. That was obviously a very impressive display. But almost disappointment that it's over. As something in you, something about that spar seemed to have awakened something deep within. Before you can really even remember or figure out what it could be, however, you feel another shock along your side.
He cries out, pains. God, God.
You look over. As you do, that is not the correct one. You see over by where the wizard is, the unknown wizard. He is turned and has been facing you. In his hand, one hand appears what it seems to be the same generation of electricity that had jolted you, wherein the other appears to be a small mote of flame as well. As that mote of flame seems to disappear, he brings his arm back and pulls out what appears to be the staff from before that you had gotten from the Kokiri Woods. As he has done this, struggling out from your grasp and landing in front of you, Atalanta raises the Kokiri blade towards you once again. As you turn toward the two of them, you hear sliding out from the ground, from where it was placed. As you look back, the Donu body appears behind you, brandishing the large blade once more in front of it.
A real test of metal. Heroes never stand alone.
As you ready yourself, you say for them to come. Both Atalanta and the Donu begin to charge at you once again. My dude.
Yep.
This will be a few rolls I'm going to ask of you.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to play out this battle in the form of a skill challenge. The first thing I would want from you is tell me who among these three are you currently focusing on? Two of them have charged to you and are apparently looking to attempt to strike at you. Which one will you be devoting most of your attention to currently?
Currently... I think you'd still be focusing on... God, this is a tough choice. They're all threatening as hell. I think currently still Atalanta.
It's a good choice.
Yeah.
It's a good choice too. As the first thing I'll have you do then is roll me for both. Well, I guess it'd be both of them either way. Roll me 2 resistances.
Yeah. Do that.
The first one is for Donu.
3. Oh, I should probably have these tokens on, huh?
Oh, yes. You probably should. One moment. Let's switch you back over. There you go.
Yeah. Is this... This is all this. There we go. Everything is in its right spot again. So that's a 7 total.
Now roll me another one. This one for the nameless wizard.
Oof, that's an 8.
Both of those will be a fail. However, you are focusing on Atalanta. As Atalanta is coming to you and preparing to strike, the first thing I would have you do is I'd like you to roll me again for your strength, which would be your physique.
Yeah. Oof.
You already know how to handle Atalanta. As you focus in on them, you don't want to give them too much of a chance to use their medallion. You reach out upon taking a strike from the Donu as well as a strike from the wizard, both of which knock you off kilter very slightly. You do manage to grab around Atalanta one more time and hold them high into the air. Upon doing so, how would you like to counterattack against these three?
I want to throw the child at the wizard.
I would like to throw the small Kokiri at the small Hylian so I can fight the small Donu. Everything is small. Roll me that physique, dude. Oh, fuck.
Oh, Christ. That's a 24, 26, I think.
There's a glint in your eye as you hold this up. You know for a fact that if anything were to happen to these bodies, you could probably fix them. You do not hold back as you rear back and just baseball slam Atalanta into the wizard.
Fastball special.
The two of them basically colliding with a very sickening sort of cracking sound, but you don't have a chance to really mess about with that as you turn onto the Donu, who is now focusing itself onto you.
Just using that momentum of the swing, just spin around and just fucking clock Donu.
You are going to be focusing on him for this because those two are not getting up immediately.
Yeah.
So, as he goes to swing at you, I will actually roll for it this time.
Okay.
Your current form, I believe, making sure that I am correct with your current, where are they? There they are. Elite Magic Armor gives you 2 AC, 2 AC, Dark Cloak gives you 1 AC. Okay. You have 19.
Yep.
It is going to go for a strike against you. This time you are not blindsided by it, so it will have to roll. That is a 2 plus the Donu. It has a +1 to its physique. So for now, that would not be enough to hit. As it strikes into you, you are able to catch it with the glove that was made specifically for you. As you have catch the blade in one hand, how would you like to retaliate?
Since I caught the blade in one hand, I'm gonna try uppercut him into the air, and I want to fucking slam him down.
All right, roll me another physique.
Let's go. Nat 1.
That is a natural 1.
Yeah.
As you attempt to do so, once again, as you go to grab about him, you try to lift up the blade. Upon doing so, you feel another strike of magic into your back, as you are once again knocked off kilter by the caster. You see Atalanta getting up very steadily. You see that their medallion is glowing with a much brighter shocking potential, as you see that the two of them had struck you with the same lightning in order to stop you from picking up the Donu.
Oh, this is fun.
As you move into a more advantageous situation, the three of them are coming at you again. You have actually surpassed 2 things already. We'll see if you get through the third one. But as you step forward and you see them, you see each of them for a moment as the Donu goes to slash at you, you see that Atalanta brings up their medallion. The slashing power that the Donu is showing seems to completely engulf the blade it's carrying in electricity. You see that the small mote of flame that was in his hand is now seemingly inside of the lantern that he's holding. You see him holding this up, trying to dry you out. As the three of them are attempting to do this to you, the three of them are striking at once. How would you respond to getting hit from all three sides?
How would I respond? I think that So getting struck by all three sides, I think I want to try something that I haven't done in a very long time.
What would you like to do, my dude?
I want to try, and let's see. These are probably going to hit the shit out of me, so I'm going to try and interrupt it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to use stall possession to stall them for a minute.
I would like to
try and
stall them, but with a S-T-A-L.
It's like a stun as an interrupt to try and disorient them.
You definitely can. This is something that you know that you are able to do. These are skeletons you have possessed before. I would like you, because this is a different way to go about it. You were trying to do something to the three of them at once. I will let you roll me experience. And I will have each of them roll against it.
Let's go.
We're going to take
7, 9 plus 16 is a 25, I think.
You see for a moment, as they look to you on all sides, they get ready to strike you once again. You let out this just rush of demonic power out from yourself. As you do,
it's just like this roar, this deep guttural roar out.
Yep. As you do, the three of them do stall in place, because there's no fucking way they're beating that.
Oh, it's not gonna be that easy.
As you do this, Gorthos, you feel something deep within yourself. You feel that same power rising up from you, the same power you felt whenever you got near the Triforce, only different. As you stand and as you let out that guttural roar, you feel something rising from underneath you. For a moment, it feels like this is the power that the Triforce has given you. However, you immediately realize that isn't the case. You immediately realize that that Triforce power did not give this to you. It found it for you. Gorthos. Is this one? Yes. You feel the last bit of whatever it was inside of you trigger. As you find that your experience in battle, you find that your ability that you have been relying on, and you find that all of the past lives that you have lived, all those abilities that you've collected rush forward. You know exactly how each of these three fighters are fighting you, and you know, given that if they were to be trying to kill you, that this would be a very hard-fought win for you. These guys potentially would overpower you if you could not overpower them and take their bodies over again. But you know that they're not trying to kill you. From what you've seen, they were mostly sparring, trying to get your mind off of whatever it was a moment ago. As you look to them, you feel they could use. No matter what kind of heroes they are, they're not at their full potential. They could use instruction. The same with the ones who are usually with you. You've been through countless lives. You've played the part of every different role you could think of. You've been the archer. You've been the mage. You've been the fighter. You've been the spelunker. You start yelling to Atalanta. As you do, you give Atalanta a pointer as to what they should do. Oh god, that's some evil music from that. They didn't like that. But no. As we are going to reveal Gorthos, there was really only one class you could take after all of this. Gorthos, you are taking the path of a sorcerer. And what power are you drawing from for a sorcerer? You are drawing on your own power. With the abilities, the bonds of Gorthos and the life of Gorthos, you are able to aid those around you in different ways in battle and allow for them to have much better chances at not only hitting, doing different ability checks and whatnot, but also you are able to use these abilities to bring out the deepest potential in those that fight with you. With the life of Gorthos, whenever there's any role being performed around you, you can give your experience check to your allies, either half of it or the full experience check to add on to any of their roles. You can only do this to any ally one time per day, and you have to get a DC 15 experience check in order to add the full amount. If this ability runs out, you can use uses of your other abilities instead to power it, or you can also use a hero point or goddess token to refresh the abilities on people you've already used it on. Basically, you can give people either a +7 or a +3 onto some of their rolls sometimes.
You know, just
a casual +7.
Bonus.
You know,
it's a small bonus. You know,
and the other, the bonds of Gorthos. When performing any role, Gorthos may give one of his dice to either increase or decrease rolls made in his presence. These dice that you get, this is a roll that you guys may remember from certain things, are D4s. You gain 2 of them each morning, and they remain with you until they're used. At any point, you can hand these over to your allies and let them have, or use these on your enemies to lower their rolls. You can have them gain D4s or minus D4s from their abilities. Anytime an ally around you nat 1s or nat 20s, you gain another one of the dice. And you can use a hero point to gain 4 dice immediately. However, 3 of them disappear, so they're more fleeting. 1 of them stays and can be used at any point. Basically, Gorthos just gained 2 abilities to give people absolutely fucking gross-ass numbers he can throw onto people. Gorthos has become 3.5. Class Gorthos, exactly.
Yeah.
Whoever wrote that is true. This is the Gorthos class.
Yeah.
As you continue to spar with the three bodies around you, you note that after a while they seem to get faster and faster as they take in more of the ideas you give to them. You do note that as they're fighting, they do not seem to tire, but you do find the more you are trying to direct them, the more you are trying to get them to do what you want, the more they seem to stutter. Not out of tired, but out of almost a passing gripping feeling in your head. You find, Gorthos, after a bit of time with this, your vision starts to blur slightly as you take a knee. The three skeletons around you
Hey, a new guy. Did
seem
you
to
know
also
thieves? Ryuji?
fall to their knees. You feel that this connecting the four bodies here, moving about, it's draining you quite a lot. You didn't notice it before because you had your want to make your way up here, your want to figure things out for yourself, and your excitement knowing that they could move. But them moving has severely drained you, even just after a little bit of time sparring. As you stumble back and land into the debris of the fire temple, you look up toward the sky. You're decently sure that you could probably not control these three in an actual battle. Maybe they could move on their own in like certain stints of things. Maybe bringing one of them with you, they could maybe aid you guys in some ways. But you're decently sure that this is not good for you to do. The three of them look off to you, as if feeling the same thing. As they do, you note any sort of autonomy the three of them seem to share for a moment seems to vanish as the tension in the skeletal body seems to dissipate. Any weapons they're holding lazily falls to their side. You feel that you are alone, at least for the time being.
He just lays back. I have been a fool. Haven't I, sister? Thinking there was a limit. Thinking that I hit a wall.
You have, and you're going to die.
Out of all beings in this world, I thought you'd know that to be truer than most. Everyone dies one day of worry.
Why are you off playing with them right now? Did you really need a pep talk? If you wanted someone to sit there and lie to you, I could have done that.
You've never been a good liar, or at least it's been worth your time to.
As far as you know.
Pretty sure. I'm remembering that one right.
Gorthos, what you are doing is very powerful magics. Something that is extremely unique to you. And I do applaud you for finally realizing that about yourself. Every time you do, it's just as entertaining as the last, I suppose. But you really shouldn't be tapping into this power. Not during this time. Not during the last time, Gorthos.
If not now, then when?
Before, when you could. How is this world going to survive without you? Without you cleaning up the messes of every generation as you have for as long as you have. The backbone to this entire country. The reason it's still afloat. The hero that time forgot.
It
What's
survived.
even the point if they're not going to remember? These mortals have such low lifespans, have such low memory. Only 100 years, and most of them forgot your name. What kind of justice is that?
The name may be forgotten, but not the stories, not the inspiration. There will always be heroes, with or without me.
Fine. Do what you want. I know you're going to. But just know, Gorthos, that I don't believe they're ready to be without you. If you're going to use this power of yours, that's fine. But keep yourself to one body, jeez.
You and little Volcirca are just the same as you've always been. So worrisome. I know you care.
Shut up. You don't know anything.
You asked what the point of it was, Ivori. It's really simple. Even stupid.
As expected.
I do this because I love the world. All of it. Every last person and plant and animal and everything. And I just can't bear the thought that there could be something out there willing to make it suffer for something as pointless as their own personal gains. To make people suffer so they can get some fleeting sense of power. They would burn everything out of spite or apathy or malice.
I know you love them, Gorthos. I just wonder if they deserve it, is all.
Of course they do.
I'm still waiting on my cake. Don't make us wait much longer.
He's too afraid. Marco is far too afraid of you to forget that.
Good, then I'll see you later. If I see or sense this again, I will talk your ear off about this. And if I have to come to Death Mountain to stop you, you're not going to like it. I guess you can keep practicing with your toys. It isn't going to kill you to spar with them every now and then, I suppose. And they seemed rather keen to push your buttons, which was interesting.
Of course they're interesting, Ivori. They're all heroes.
Well, maybe you can learn more about that power within you then, if you spend some time practicing with them. But again, there is much we need to discuss in person. I'll give you a couple of weeks, then I'm coming myself. You hear almost a sound of like static for a second, and like somebody just slams shut like a connection, like there's almost a bit of force that comes and feedback that comes out of it from your ears.
She'll never change.
After a little bit of time, you sit back, you feel a bit of whatever that power was begin to replenish itself slightly within you. As you do, looking out from the side as you see the sun rising for a new day, for a moment you look over toward the three bodies around you, as you see once again that same malicious light coming to their eyes, as the three of them stand once more and look to you. As they do, they get into fighting stances once again.
He just cracks his neck and just rises up. A little bit longer.
As you begin to fight amongst your bodies once more, we'll move out to Marco. If he's here this time.
I am, yes. What do you mean I'm afraid of her? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I ain't afraid of shit.
You heard the man.
Marco.
Yeah.
You would have thought about different things of what you wanted to do. Once again, I'll explain it one more time since you weren't here the first time. But upon returning, you would find that everybody would have their own thoughts and opinions on what to do going forward. You would find that you and Gorthos would be the ones that would be mostly staying around the main house for at least a little bit. As you do notice that Gorthos would make his way away, and you would see that a lot of his things seem to have gone with him, including his bodies. As this goes down, you would find that that power within you is still seemingly pulsing. You had an idea as to what you wanted to do. The last time you had obtained a power like this, you felt like a little bit of training went a long way. As you stand up between all of the different things you'd like to do for these few weeks, you had a thought in mind as to where you'd like to go to train, did you not?
Yeah. It's time to go towards, I guess, the castle.
As Marco, you would find your way heading off toward Castle Hyrule. Getting out and about into the front of things, you would be welcomed in as a champion would. You would be going about, being brought into the main center area. You would be asked who you would like to have your audience with, since the king was not expecting anyone today. Who is it you're looking for?
I am looking for the Sheikah siblings, or at least one of them. Roki.
You ask for Roki. As you do, some people wouldn't immediately know to whom you're really speaking of, though you do find people who would. You find that as you would wait there, they would point you out toward the gardens behind the place. And as you would make your way to the gardens behind the main building, but in front of the main actual castle area, you would see, after a while, what appeared to have been an apple falling out from a tree over towards you, rolling towards you.
He'll pick it up.
You see, picking it up and looking over toward the tree near the area, you would see both Roki and Kira looking down towards you.
He will, with the apple, make his way over.
Roki would look down towards you.
Fancy entrance.
Entrance? You're the one that made your way here. How do you know this is not where we're always at? Do you think your eyes that sharp?
I'd like to hope they are.
Roki would appear down beside of you, hand on top of the apple in your hand. You are rather impressive, I will give you that. However, you'll need a lot more to keep up with us. What is it? Did you hear about... Well, no, you probably aren't in contact with them.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No matter. What is it? I hear you were looking for me, and seems that me and my sister are a bit, well, less than preoccupied at the moment. The princess is having a bit of a tantrum.
Oh, really?
Yes, she's been going to her father as of late, saying that there is no need for us to be following her around any longer, since she has the hero back with her. And since the entirety of the land is being watched over by the mortal goddess, what harm could befall her? So we've been ordered to not follow her around while inside the castle grounds.
So that means that y'all have a lot more free time while y'all are here, correct?
Well, you're not normally one of my type, but if you'd like to go somewhere alone.
That's not entirely what I meant. No, when you've mentioned being able to keep up with the two of you, that's entirely why I'm here.
And what does that mean? Kira looks down towards you from the tree behind you.
I need to be faster than I already am. I need to be stronger than I already am. I would like to learn from both of you. And the ways of the Sheikah. Or at least what you can teach an outsider. With, at least a little bit of royal blood in him.
That is true. You did, take the test before. We are supposed to listen to any with the blood of the mortal goddess flowing through them. Are we not, sister? He has about as much as any other person out there would. No, he has slightly more.
It did, in fact, split in half, that ring.
What exactly are you wanting to find out? Wait. You see Kira disappear and appear next to you again, just as Roki did. As she does, she is approaching you, looking you over. You did it again, didn't you?
In fact, we did.
That's unnatural, you know. But it is the work of the goddesses. Who are we to judge? You should not be playing around with your potential as you are. While it is the work of the goddesses, we don't know what kind of effects that's going to have on you. Don't you want to live to the ripe old age that you want?
You're talking to a spelunker. We don't typically have the longest lifespans if we're not, you know, as skilled as I am.
That is true.
I've made my peace with, potentially dying in a dungeon one day, a long time ago.
That's foolish.
Foolish, but it gives me the confidence I need to, keep pushing forward.
It is somewhat admirable, I suppose. But still foolish.
Never said it wasn't.
Well, if you'd like to learn from us, I don't see why not, though me and my sister have slightly different ways of going about things. Are you wishing to learn more about Sheikah weaponry? Or are you wishing to know more about Sheikah technique? I can show you different sorts of forms, magical or otherwise, that could potentially be of use. I've already had a bit of expertise in training someone whenever I was showing Jasna the ropes. However, my sister here is a lot more invested in the practical use of battle, understanding Sheikah weaponry and striking with force that would, well, cripple any normal person.
As fun as that sounds, I don't... my skill sets aren't particularly honed in on that sort of thing, so the techniques have my full attention, if you don't mind.
Then how about we split the things up that way then? If you wish to learn Sheikah technique, though I can only show you those I know, then how about my sister here shows you more about the form? You said you wish to get faster.
Yes.
I never said I agreed to any of this.
Pretty please.
I've made my decision. The answer is no.
Alright then.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. How about we take this up tomorrow? And if you wish for either of us to train you, I'm sure you have payment in mind.
I think that can be arranged.
See, it's not as if he's asking us to do it for free. You know what we want, go and bring it.
Alright, he was about to say something very funny, but alright.
You know what we want, go and do it.
Separately or all together? I have a fun recipe that I know some people like.
Separately would be best for us.
Understood.
Though, that is the case. If you plan on doing much of anything, you'll need to know the form before you need to know anything else, so... You see him disappear in front of you.
Ah!
He's saying that you won't be able to do much until you can catch up. Most Sheikah technique requires higher than average physical skill.
I understand.
Bring me my payment tomorrow and get ready to work.
Yes, ma'am.
You see them disappear? You see them disappear and appear into the tree again. As you say that, Ma'am is fine, though you can call me whatever you wish.
Yes, ma'am. He won't push his luck.
As you would leave before pushing your luck much, you would find yourself going back home. During this time, I'm going to say that it would be easy enough for you guys to obtain any sort of payment necessary simply by going into your gardens.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the time of doing such things, you would make your way back to the castle every day for the next few weeks. At first, making your way through different abilities through form from Kira. As you would come across things there, I would like you to please go ahead and roll me for your instinct, please.
My instinct?
Your instinct.
Wow. Alright, then let's see here. It is already pretty high, but I'm also very funny, so I'll throw in 1. Oh!
That was almost
You
a 20.
saw that, right?
Yeah, I did.
Oh! Oh!
Can I use my bond of Gortha?
You were not around him.
We have
Brothers
gone
always
off on
with
our
you
separate
in your
ways.
heart.
You feel the presence of the Gorthos in your heart. However, it only distracts you and you get punched in the face by Kira.
That is a total of 11.
It's not terrible. As you would find the training very rough at first, going through the motions with Kira, you would find that she is far more of a problem by herself than you would ever have originally thought. You guys have fought with Kira before, and during those times, they seemed very adept, yes, at keeping people away, but it seems that they truly seem to give their all whenever they are in a one-on-one confrontation. There is not, within the first couple of days, anything you can do to catch up with them. Sincerely humbling yourself as you remember how you had gone through the obstacle course before with flying colors.
Even with my dungeon actions, I can't even keep up. God damn.
They are just far too quick. The Sheikah themselves have been basically bred for this all of their lives. They have been shown to be the strongest of the strong. As you train with them for several days, why don't you give me another instinct roll really quick?
Yes, sir. Another
There
one
is a
isn't
point
funny.
to this, just letting you know. I'm not having you roll arbitrarily.
Of course. Natural 20 this time. So that is a total of natural 25.
You would find, as you would go through the next couple of days with Kira, you would finally start to find your feet. You would be able to dodge an attack from her every now and then. You would find that when it came to finally getting struck by Kira, you would be able to somewhat soften the blows that would come to you. You would find at the end of your training, after the, we'll say, second week of this, that Kira would have stopped to see you at the end of it. Marco.
Yes.
Congratulations, I was actually trying to kill you there.
I could tell.
Well, I guess trying to kill you would be a bit of an overstatement. I wasn't going to actually do so. I can't do that kind of harm. I will kill the dog, though. 1 second.
Not the Donu. Leave them alone. They haven't done anything wrong this time.
I want you to hear this.
Oh my God.
I need you all to know why this happens, why I have to go on mute.
Baby doggies.
My mother comes home and they are so happy that they cry.
Yep.
Good babies.
I relate to that on a spiritual level.
My dogs do the same thing when it comes to people coming through the driveway. Because because we have a gravel driveway, so it's crunchy out there.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
That being said, I did put a little bit more effort into it than I did before. Any normal person probably would have found that fatal. By the way, that weapon of yours.
Yeah, it's very special, isn't it?
It's very
It used to
interesting
just-
that you say that you are not someone meant for battle. Whenever you have a weapon such as that and you are so adept with it. Are you sure you don't wish to have any further training under me?
Well, from what I've seen of how you, Roki, Jasna, and why am I forgetting his name? Not Cloud, Nimbus. You all seem to favor your weapons?
We Sheikah, when we're born, we are to find something that we favor. Something that is true for us to strike with. However, some Sheikah, like Roki and Jasna and Nimbus, when they find their weapon, they stick with it until the very end. For me, I do not do that. I have dedicated my life to being a master of all weaponry. Whenever I see that weapon you have, it brings me interest. To someone who has the ability to think with all three weapons like that, it does give me intrigue into what I could actually do for them. Though, again, I understand you wishing to make your way toward my brother. His attacks and his abilities are far more, well, impressive, or I guess flashy for that of a Sheikah. Weaponry, when used by the correct person, not only is something to end a fight and defeat and, well, end a fight in the quickest and truest way of defeating your opponent, but it is also a bit of an art. That weapon you hold, I could show you much, but I do understand.
Perhaps perhaps when we get more time, you could teach me more.
When it comes to these things, unfortunately, it is an all or nothing sort of deal. How my brother does things is far less aggressive than me. If you are not able to hold the same kind of aggression or confidence as I would want from you, his style does not go well with me. That is why I'm not able to perform the clone techniques as well as him, as well as the other techniques he has. Unfortunately, game mechanics won't let you. That being said, I understand. And the path in front of you is still going to be hard, no matter what. As this is the last day that I'll be teaching you then, I hope you the best when you go and learn from my brother.
Thank you very much for all that you've taught me so far, Kira. I really appreciate it.
It's no problem. And again, just because you aren't learning from me anymore doesn't mean I'll allow you to slack off on anything. From now on, if I see you moving any slower than what I've seen you do today, I will have to strike you down out of sheer professionalism.
And I'll be sure to deflect.
You can
just
try.
Like Ben.
At this point, we've already made your decision. I already know what we have it in the game. However, if you wanted to, we could move things over to Kira. That being said, if you would like to lock your way into messing with things with Roki, now is the only time. Choose, Spider-Man.
Why do you do this to me? You bastard!
It is up to you. Again, one of them is just more focused on weaponry, so it would potentially be able to help you out with your weird little trick weapon you have. That being said, clones.
But clones are so cool! And you've shown me the card.
It's up to you. Again, as you do know, she can do a clone herself.
Yeah.
She's just not able to do his fancy clones.
His fancy clones. Yeah. I will lock in on the Roki stuff, because then it's like, I learned things from both of them instead of just one.
Okay. Kira would make her way away. You would, as you watch them leave, you would find that you are a lot better at keeping track of them as they leave. However, still, as soon as they do go to make their way to disappear, they do seem to immediately disappear without your way of actually following after them. The next day, you would return. Hey, you brought my payment?
Right here.
Well then, you've already learned the hard part. Let's get into the extremely hard part.
Gulp. All right.
As you would go about things, as I mentioned before, we had already figured out where you're going to be making your way to. As the next couple of weeks go by, seemingly enhanced by your want to train coming from your own ability from the Triforce, we are going to give you your 2 cards. Wow.
My cards. Wow.
First things first, you will be gaining. Not that. You'll be gaining the Fleet of Foot ability, which we've already seen before, which is essentially you are able to move an extra 2 squares above normal people. You are also traverse floor traps without getting harmed, which is pretty neat. As well, you can choose to use an AP to dodge enemy attacks while you're moving, which means that while you are going by things, while you're moving through things, if anybody has any sort of attacks they can do to you, you just be like, nah, fuck you. That being said,
fuck you. I run through the enemy lines and you can't hit me.
You can't stop me. The other ability that you would learn from Roki is you get the clone technique.
Whoa!
At least the first part of the clone technique. You are able
clone
to,
jutsu.
while carrying an item made from Sheikah Weave, we are going to assume that whenever you finally had your outfit tailored over these weeks, that you guys have put some amount of Sheikah Weave into the actual jacket part of your clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just for funsies.
I'm sure
you guys would definitely have access to it at this point.
Yeah, we have so much. We probably told them about it at some point. They're like, "What? Why?"
You can make a clone of yourself as a reaction to take an attack for you. The clone lasts to the start of the ninja's next turn. The ninja can then hide, requiring an instinct check against them. The ninja's finesse to spot them. The clone can be seen by anything that can spot through magic or illusions. Essentially, when something goes to hit you, they instead, you can use this to be like, nope, you're hitting a clone, motherfucker. And that clone sticks around and goes blah, 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 for a little bit while the enemy thinks that they're still fighting you.
Good. Anything that does not get hit, you see.
This is the first part of the clone technique. This is an ability that both Roki and Kira know. So this is something that is just in the regular Sheikah abilities. So technically, if you ever wanted to, you could change things. However, if we're locking in, then the next techniques will be utilizing clones for other things. We'll see. Whenever we get more cards, we can talk about it and see if you want to do anything then. That being said, at the end of your training with Roki, tell me, Marco. Why did you decide to come and train with us? After all this time, it seemed that you were a lot more invested in staying out of battle.
Well, with Galen off doing his thing with the gods, and my own personal experiences throughout battle, I needed to get stronger. Besides, don't you think one of these clones here, he says pounding his, don't you think one of these could, help survive like a terminal fall from thousands of feet in the air?
No.
Damn.
As he's like,
seen that one coming.
No, that's not what they would do.
Regardless of that, he says trying to make a joke out of it.
Pretty sure I would die if I fell from thousands of feet.
I see. But regardless of that, from all the times that we've been fighting things together, I've appreciated just how skillful and quick you and Kira are. And since I've originally got my abilities as a thief from the Triforce for wanting to be faster and being able to get treasure quicker and better, I thought that it would probably the skills that I could learn from Sheikah would complement everything that I have going on right now.
Ah, so you're wanting to use our powers to be a thief.
No, spelunker.
Well,
I have not stolen a single thing since getting these abilities.
I was joking. Well,
in fact, I haven't actually seen a lot of thieves going around. It's rather interesting.
There's not a ton that you'd have to worry about, at least here. There are some, but you all have a rather good reputation as being the champions of Hyrule. Not a lot of people will be messing with you, especially after you took down Slaverman. That being said, watch yourselves outside of Hyrule, outside of the walls of the kingdoms, or even in places like the Gerudo Desert or the Damned City. I'm sure there will be people who hadn't heard of you there.
Well, I'll be able to spot them if they try. And now I'll have even more speed to take them down before they can do anything.
We are not the only people out there who have been trained in our arts. That being said, you having some effort in showing of it, and you having gone through most of the basics in this short amount of time, I'm sure you'll be fine. That being said, unless you want to devote another month of study, I think that's all I can show you for now.
I wish I could, but there's so much adventure that has to happen.
Then let me know when the next time you have a spark of inspiration. Maybe we can bring it down to a week or something.
Sounds good to me. Thank you for all you've taught me. Both of you.
Oh, don't worry. I haven't been breaking a sweat. You've been talking to a clone these last 2 weeks. It disappears.
You thought I couldn't tell? It just shrugs. As the Marco he was standing in front of talking to poofs as the one that he touched as the clone was the real Marco the whole time!
Oh my god! Oh Oh, jeez. Marco,
How's it feel, Deco, you bitch?
I don't know if that's how the technique works. They didn't get in the.
Shut the fuck up, it is now.
He didn't attack him, so I don't think you can make him play.
Shut the fuck up. It's for fun and roleplay, damn it.
Speaking of fun and roleplay, let's go ahead and move ourselves over. We're gonna go to Ronan.
Hey,
Ronan.
hey,
Ronan.
where?
Ronan.
Row,
Hello.
no,
How you
no,
doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just as I had said about the others, upon returning, you would find mostly that the next little while is separated from those that you've been mostly around through most of your adventures the last several weeks to months.
Mm-hmm.
As you would be mostly having your ways between the sea domain and the river domain.
Yeah.
A lot of the time as you have been going about, you've already asked several times for a certain bit of tutelage, as you would be around Obera.
Yeah.
Let me move you over into the domain over here. We'll go to your domain first, because that's a neat little domain area. There you are, over. Get over here. Also, who called you needy, Zora? What?
That has been there for years.
I know.
I'm pretty sure I did that, so anyway. Another thing I can claim that I did. 'Cause I'm hilarious.
Ronan, you find, upon waking up after a day or so after seeing the Dreamer's Traverse,
Yep.
you remember very much just having gone to sleep. In fact,
Mhm.
when you wake up, you feel extremely groggy, as Obera will be sitting over you. Come on. Come
what
on.
happened? I'm gonna sit up.
Oh, come on now. You've been asleep for a whole 47 minutes.
Oh, is that why? All right.
I heard that if you would like to get through any training, the best way for those outside of the River Zora to do it is through pain.
Oh, is that the case?
We're not going to do that, though. I'm just messing with you.
Okay, I thought that sounded weird because it sounded like that was that. Yeah. All right.
Apparently,
glad.
apparently that's what Galen and the others kept talking about.
Yeah. Never made sense.
Having painful experiences being what it truly gets. No, we have to do it during a certain time of night, though. Is what I want to do.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't tell you beforehand.
It's whatever.
I also,
Okey-dokey.
if you don't mind, I had a bit of an inspiration while I was laying here with you.
What was that?
Well, your village here is completely surrounded by silver. A metal that is extremely hard for us mages to do much of anything about. And the waters surrounding this place, from what we had seen, has been with that same silver-like substance because of that large statue that your previous king had a tantrum about.
Right.
If that's the case, I think the best thing for us to do is make our way to a spring.
Okay.
I would like to see you, if at all possible, seeing if you can rest in one of our cleansing springs. And it's best whenever you're tired.
All right.
Are you sure you're able to move this early?
I should be fine. I will get up and begin to groggily move about.
You really are wanting to learn magic, aren't you?
Oh, yeah? I mean, I asked.
Yeah, I know you did. It's just... I guess there was a part of me that was waiting for the haha surprise.
That never.
I know. At least I will definitely know from now on. Come on then.
All right.
The two of you would step out after saying goodbye to your empty fish tank.
Yeah.
With your luminous
Say goodbye
stone
to my
inside of it.
apparently alive clam.
Goodbye, clam. I'm sorry that you're alive.
That sounds like a terrible existence.
No, they love it. Don't worry. You're like their little pearl.
I don't know how to feel about that.
As you leave contemplating the things about your bed.
Mortality of clam beds.
You find as you make your way out, the two of you will go over toward the archway. Stepping through, you would find that you could easily make your way off into the central area of the river domain, where you would find that upon stepping out in this perpetual sunlight that they seem to have here, I guess not sunlight, more like sunset that they have here because of the sun temple to the south, you do see that a lot more effort has been put into keeping the things of this area completely under wraps, as well as getting some of the other things together. You would note, upon stepping out, there is still some commotion going on over by the northeast tent, the one that Obera had taken you to before to go to their secret spot. You would find that there are still guards there. You would see that both Dolan and Knuckles here would be holding back at the door, which seems to be vibrating somewhat from the captured Dodongo that you guys still have in there.
Oh, right. I should probably do something about that at some point.
Huh? Oh, that thing? I'm sure they're fine. Help! No, I'm playing.
Oh God, he's dead!
You would see over by the area that Polo had been talking to the hunters with before, that the hunters have made their way away from there. They do seem to be gone. You remember talking with Polo before everybody split off that they were going to be going on a bit of an expedition with them and Gallon, going down toward the Sun Temple. But as you would look about with these, she would look to the north. It'd probably be nice of us to go and step in and tell Mother that we're here. She starts walking away.
There it is. We'll follow. But neither of us feel like doing that.
She would make her way as she would start leading you out toward the east of the city. Village, more like, very much village. Upon getting out into the area to the east of here, looking upon the map, you would see that the Zora's domain is in this little bit of a cleft area, like right around in this little area here, and a little bit into this area here. As you would make your way off to the east of where you are, you would find that she seems to be leading you over toward where mountains are. Upon getting a little bit out toward them, she would look back to you. So, what about my magic has really drawn you to this conclusion anyway? I mean, I know you think I'm neat. At least I hope you do.
Very much so.
And you could do to say it more often. You only say it about 10 times a day. You could say it more.
No, I'll be sure to double that. You're great. Love you.
Okay, alright, that's enough. No, you don't have to keep doing that. That was a joke.
But I just think that it's useful in the ways that we find ourselves in need of very often. I feel more so than Gallon blowing stuff up. Like, that's neat. But, you know, there are times when we have to deal with jerks who brainwash people and, you know, sneaking around and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like we don't really, you know.
Well, you're much better at the anti-brainwashing thing than I am. But I do get it.
Am I?
Yeah, what about that little song of yours?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess now. But, like, there was a time where I definitely wasn't.
Oh, definitely. You've become quite powerful in the small amount of time that I've known you.
Thanks, I guess. You're also great.
I said you didn't have to keep doing that. It was a joke.
But, yeah, I just think... I think it's very... It'll cover more ground in terms of, like, the things that we need and the things we have to deal with.
I guess that's true. Just ahead, there's a pool that we like to go to. It is... well, how do I put it? It's a bit intense, actually. When you make your way there, and you swim in its waters, well, the only thing you ever hear is the water around the cave itself. I don't know what it is about that place, but it seems to be everything similar to that hot spring up on the top of the mountain, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
The one that Polo had fallen asleep in.
Oh yeah.
This one should hopefully be a bit safer, though it is probably not as comfortable. It's definitely not as warm.
Okay.
I really want to try the one up there, actually, at some point. At some point when we're doing your training, we should go do that one.
Yeah. You can go there in a jiffy.
We can maybe try out some of the other hot springs while we're there.
Yeah. Sounds like a fun time.
She would lead you to a small cave opening upon getting there. What I hope that this is going to do, I don't think that there's actually anything inherently different between Sea Zora and River Zora in that way, but perhaps the reason that there are less mages in your society is to do with the silver that is always around you. I don't know if it's true. You have many magical weapons and other things, but just to be sure, I'd like to see what this will do for you.
Okay.
I want to see if you can rest in here. Just go inside, get your, I guess, your normal hours of sleep, and if something feels weird, then call out to me and I will be right there. I'll stay up the entire time.
Like that's a comfort. I will walk in, I suppose.
She walks in with you. You find what appears to be a almost pitch black cave around you. Looking down into the waters in front of you, you find that stepping in, it is not very deep, though you do find that there are some small holes in the area below, probably showing that the water gets fed up here by some kind of underground spring or something. As you would make your way in and begin to lay back, your dorsal fin gets in the way slightly, but you are able to essentially stay above water, just laying back. She looks back at you. We need a bigger one for you.
This'll do.
This is where the natural energies of our place, at least from what people believe, will hopefully cleanse your body and soul. Laying back here is almost as if inviting the spirits in. We'll see if that works for you. And if not, then we'll force it the other way. By sheer determination and effort. But right?
Alright. And he will just try to relax, I guess.
You lay back. As you do, she will be at the edge of the cave. She goes over and begins to sit on the outside, staring outwards. You note as she does this, because there's really nothing else to focus on, you note that as she goes to sit down, she gets a very serious look on her face and stares out toward the outside of the cave, as if she is like, no, nothing is going to fucking interrupt you. Nothing's going to wake you up. Nothing's going to do anything. I'm going to blow up anything I see.
They're like, she just periodically
Marco comes over.
She periodically casts the delayed blast fireballs that she did.
Marco just walks over. Oh, hey, Obra.
Luckily, that was my clone. My clone, no!
My beautiful, beautiful clone.
Obra is more of a distraction to Ronan than fucking anyone else.
As you will be laying back in there, I would like you to first things first, roll me for your spirit, please.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh
Oh
boy.
boy. My spirit.
I'm fuck it. Let's go.
There will be other
I don't
rolls.
know
What I'm doing.
Just wanted to let you know there will be other
break
rolls.
my arm about it.
I'm just letting you know, man.
I only got
By the
2
way, I
rolls.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
By the way, I forgot to give Squeaky their bospirations for today. There you go.
That's a 13.
That's a 13. Da-da-da. Roll me one more time. Okay, we'll
That's
go to
a natural
13. As you
Oh,
lay
was that
back,
a fucking fleeting that someone gave?
that was something from earlier.
I see.
As you would lay back, you would feel that the cold water that's all around you, it's hard to rest in, at least for the time being. It is rather cold, but you're used to water. You're used to being in water. It isn't as bad for you as it would be for someone like Marco or somebody.
Yeah.
As you're laying back, as you are attempting to rest, give me a diligence check.
All right. Don't really feel like adding anything to this because it's my best fucking stat. That's, 25 or 22.
You are able to mostly clear your head. You don't focus on anything happening with you. You don't focus on the cold that's about you. You let out a bit of a sigh, a hell breath inside of you, and you get comfortable. At which point, you begin to sleep. You find that as you lay there, you do have small dreams. These dancing lights around you of many different colors, these different shapes and sizes. As your dreams become filled with these nice, almost like Aurora Borealis centric colors flowing through, you feel at rest. Until Ronan. Shake, 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 shake.
Oh, hey.
It's been a little bit longer than I wanted to keep you in there, but you looked so peaceful.
Oh, man, that was...
I
was good.
I mean, I understand since you guys have been really busy lately, but I didn't think you were gonna sleep half a day.
Oh my gosh, has it really been that long?
Again, I understand. You have been going through a lot of motions lately, and I guess whenever we're together, it's hard to sleep as long as you want whenever I go to wake up, or anybody else goes to wake up.
Oh.
I
Oh,
think
sorry to
Mother
leave
has
you
found
guys.
out we're here. Somebody must have blabbed. But she didn't make her way over, so I guess it's fine.
Oh, all right. Sorry
They
to
must
leave you out
be-
there half a day.
Ah, it's whatever. Though, I do expect you to rest whenever I rest as well.
Oh, of course.
How was it?
That was nice. It was really relaxing. Had some pleasant, calming dreams. And that was very nice.
They look over
this-
toward where you are laying as they do. I think we can go ahead and rule out the silver being in your veins or anything like that. I don't think that anything here would have really done much for that either, but I don't notice any difference, at least as far as anything. You do have a nice little sheen on you now. I guess I haven't seen you just out of a bath in a while.
Yeah. So, what's next?
Well, since that didn't really do much except for let you rest up, now it's going to be trying to make sure that you have... Well, you're going to eat, but then we're going to make sure that you are putting in enough effort that you get tired again at a normal time, because I don't want to rest too late.
Alrighty.
Let's go ahead and make our way toward that spot so that nobody can really interrupt.
A good idea.
And then
Alright.
tonight, maybe we'll head over to the Demon Manor, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. And he will stand up out of the water and get to moving with Obra.
She would show you, as you would go to leave, you would make your way off toward the section that she had showed you before, only this time you wouldn't be going in the same way you did, because obviously there's a Dodongo there. But you would make your way into the rivers, you would follow them around until eventually you would make your way into their secluded spot. Upon getting there, she would show you some of the little knickknacks around her place, and she would begin to have you attempt to start fabricating some. She would show you exactly how to go about doing it. She would bring her own magic in front of you and show you once again. She would attempt to explain to you exactly how she would go about performing her magic, and for a little bit it seems a little hard to understand. However, thanks to the magic in your veins, the bit of the Triforce that you guys had obtained, it doesn't seem like it's too difficult after a while to memorize what she's saying. You don't immediately show a lot of progress in the first day. However, upon sleeping that night, you guys would make your way off toward the Demon Manor and off toward their little hot springs, like she said she wanted to do. As you would note that the rest of the days upon doing some of these seem to go about in the same sort of manner. The two of you would meditate in the mornings. The two of you would attempt to do some fabrication throughout the days, and then at the end, the two of you would decide which way you would like to go. You would stay sometimes in Castletown. You would stay sometimes in the Thief City. You would stay sometimes in the Demon Con. You would stay sometimes in the River Domain, sometimes in the Sea Domain. A lot of times, you would go to a clam as much as you could. But as you guys would do this, it seems that more and more as you would be going on, if anybody were to have been watching you throughout this entire thing, it would mostly just seem like you guys were on some kind of a vacation. Like, what do you want to do today? Oh, let's go do some fabrication, and then we'll go to a hot spring. And maybe we'll go eat some sushi or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
As you guys have your little, first couple of weeks, you guys have your little near vacation-y section. After the first couple of weeks, you finally do start to see some progress. As you are handed a small cup that Obra would have with them, you do find that you are able to make a rather shitty but still a decent fabrication of the cup, at least in the same kind of vein of it, using the same materials. Using your magic, you would show, you're like, I did it! At which point she would immediately break it and tell you to make it again. It's like, okay, now make that exact one again with using this, points to the broken stuff. As you would be like, okay, you would turn to do so. Any eagle-eyed viewers would note that she also seems to have a exact depiction of the one you made behind her back. It's like, I'll keep this.
No.
But you would go about attempting to use some more fabrications until finally, after, we'll say, the third week, you are able to genuinely call upon magic. Mostly you've just been using fabrications, but after that third week, it seems as if you guys start to go into some harder subjects. After doing the fabrication, the other couple of things she has you do, turning things invisible, allowing things to float, giving dispelling magics about the area, all of them seem to come a lot easier after you have done what could be essentially shown as the hardest part of doing magic, actually creating something with form. The rest seem to come a lot easier to you. In the last couple of days, she begins to show you the different elemental magics that she knows. And while she is showing them to you, the one that comes easiest to you at the moment, thanks to your heckin' gem that you have, does seem to be fire.
Mm-hmm.
As you start to show some sort of showing of making the fireball that you were given from the gem a lot easier to bring to yourself. As this happens, you are shown enchanting, just as you wanted to be shown. You begin to find ways to move that fire onto your weapons. You begin to attempt to mess about with it, and while the actual punches don't seem to have any more oomph with it, you do feel like you are hitting things a lot differently. You feel like you are scorching things as you're doing things along. As Obra attempts to find out what other sorts of things you have in you, I would like you to roll me a d4.
Ooh,
because
right.
I had first wanted to give you 3 certain elements, but then I thought it'd be really funny if you decided your third one by a roll. So
Okay.
So I have 4 different things. 1.
1.
I'm gonna tell you what 1 is, and you can tell me if you'd like to re-roll or if you'd like to keep it.
Okay.
As we go to 1.
What's the other one?
Well, there are 4. That's what I'm going to tell you. It's like I'm going to tell you what 1 was.
Okay.
And then once you know what 1 is, you're like, I don't know. Maybe I should risk it for a different one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1 is dark.
Dark.
Mm-hmm. Darkness.
Is there any, like, does she give me, like, the fucking tutorial menu option, like saying, like, what dark is good against or something like that? Or
if we look over on our handy dandy boss sheets, to see if any of these are weak to dark. Because
my natural inclination is like probably not Ronin, but like
physical range.
If it's useful.
Light holy, poison, wind, earth. You're not weak to dark. Oh wait, no, you're resistant to dark. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, why would you
light
be weak?
And ice for explosion. I thought for sure that the Hylian I made would be weak to dark, but he was not. But yes, no. You would note that none of the things you guys have fought so far seem to have shown any particular weakness to dark energies. In fact, the Gomez would have been something that would have been using dark energies out of anything you've seen.
I think I'll re-roll on that one.
Gonna re-roll it? All right, we will take that one out. If you roll 1 again, we'll re-roll again.
2.
That would be Earth. Which
Earth
one would you
damage.
which one would you be happier with?
What, darker Earth?
Yeah.
I mean Earth, I would say.
You find that as Obra is going into different things with you, that you seem to show somewhat of an affinity with a strange like yellowish light. As she is showing it to you, you seem to look it over. She would tell you that it's the power of stone or the power of earth. As you would go to enchant yourself with it, while it doesn't seem to like summon any rocks or anything for you, it does seem to hit with a sense of almost like a dull like gong like sound. It seems to like give off sound as it hits a lot more than the fire did.
Okay.
As you would hit with it, you would find that you are pretty good at both of those. Finally, your third one that you are going to get no matter what, you do feel that you have a slight affinity, maybe because of the fact that you're a Triforce wielder, for holy damage.
Oh shit.
Not light damage, holy damage. There is a technical difference.
Okay.
Holy is what Zelda do. Light is what Sheffos do.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da. Those currently are the 3 elements you feel like you can enchant. You hear from her that you feel like you could maybe learn other ones as you go about.
Mm-hmm.
But I will show you your cards now.
Yeah.
I've already shown them to you, but
Yeah.
you will have a little bit more context with them upon seeing them here. We have Obra's Gifts. This gives you the ability to perform a bunch of different spells, including Invisibility, Fabricate, Levitate, and Far Step. You're able to make a cloak a target to make them invisible for a minute. You're able to duplicate a non-living object made of a common material. You're able to allow a target to hover off of the ground and rise and fall at half speed. And finally, you're able to transport a target up to 3 squares away with your Far Step. You can use these as many times as you want. There'll be several different, not as many times as you want. There'll be several different things here. There's actually going to be a shit ton of little Doritos for this one. However, if you run out of uses at any point, you can use your hearts instead to fuel the magic.
Yeah, because Ronin's abilities always have to have some harmful aspect.
I said you can. You don't have to use your hearts. You just know you will.
Most likely.
And finally, you were able to get River Zora Enchanting. When enchanting a melee attack, you can decide to swap out the damages for your melee attacks depending on elemental abilities associated with the uses of the card. Right now you have Holy, Fire, and Earth. When you use your Zora natural weapons, which is your Wenai and your Bite, you can have your attacks have an extra 5 square range, and they don't have any negatives or disadvantage. So if you were to have disadvantage on the attack, it doesn't matter. And also for your Bite in particular, you are no longer going to have to worry about that negative to the Bite attack, which I think you already got rid of. But you know, whatever.
Have I think I used the Bite attack all of once in this entire campaign.
That's very true. Other than that, you can also enchant ammunition around you by rolling a d20 plus your magic stat. For every piece, or for every 4 numbers, so for example you roll a 16, 4 of them, you can enchant that many pieces of ammunition. So if you roll an 8, you can enchant 2 pieces of ammunition. And they add an extra d4 damage onto things, and you can hand those off to people and do all kinds of neat things with those.
Yeah.
Da-da-da. As you are going to gain those. Also, we'll be giving you guys stats at the end of the game just to make sure everybody understands that. I would suggest you just pumping the fuck out of a certain stat, but that's just me.
Like I was gonna fucking do anything else.
That being said, by the end of the time with Obra, you would find that that over these 4 weeks of training, you are fluent enough with magic that she seems satisfied. So, are you done learning magic from me, or is this enough for you?
I mean, I'm always happy to learn more.
If we were to learn some more, we'd probably have to learn, well, together, maybe. A lot of the things that I've shown you, while I can do things a little bit differently and I can put a little bit more into it, it is difficult for me to, well, it's difficult for me to think that I can show you anything truly new. But I guess I could start looking into more magics if you're really that interested.
Learning together? That sounds like an amazing time.
Why are you so cute?
Why are you?
No, you!
No, you.
How dare you? You listen to me. I could have been king if I really wanted to.
Get a room.
We have a room. We're in it.
We're in a room.
They're in the secret spy area.
Tunnel.
They're in the secret spy area, or they already have a room.
As the two of you...
The fairy yelps and flies away.
As the two of you would start talking about potentially learning new spells together, we will be making our way off, and we'll be going to Polo. Bleh. How you feeling, Squeaky?
No.
I know you're not in the best of times today.
Well, it's also my stomach started deciding it wanted to. Well, my stomach decided to riot too, but I'm living.
Stop rioting! I'll punch your stomach and that'll stop it.
I'm alive.
Okay, good. Squeaky. Polo. You would note, as you would make your way back, that over the next day, people are a little bit more scarce to find. As I mentioned before, everybody going off in their separate ways, at least the ones you've been around most of your journey these past couple of weeks. It's very hard to find your brothers. It's very hard to find your teammates. A lot of people are out and about. However, you do find that it is easy enough to find some people that you are looking into. As for example, after a day or so has passed of you guys being here, you would find that Gallon would have returned. I can go and find the boy. I think he's over nya. There he is. Yeah. You would find that that after a day or so would have passed, you would find that Gallon would return to everything. We'll say that he would return just before you guys would have made your way into the Dreamer's Traverse, because, you know, a couple of days would have passed from you making clothes. As you would return to Gallon after seeing the Dreamer's Traverse, I'm sure that during that time you would have told him at some point that you are that people are willing to take him off into the Sun Temple.
Yeah, she would relay that to him.
Well, I don't mind making my way off a little bit earlier than intended, especially since everyone's breathing down my neck currently. You sure everything is safe that way now for us to make our way?
That is what I've been assured. We've also been,
And you're sure we have to go with them? We can't just go by ourselves?
I mean, it might be a little bit of a risky endeavor to go just on our own. I mean,
oh, but it would be fun, though.
It might be.
Nah, I get it. Those hunters might be pretty fun to be around as well.
Besides, I do have a duty of my own that I wish to partake now at the Sun Temple.
You had said something as much earlier. Do you want to go into more detail with that now?
Well, I guess you would be the person to ask since you have experience with divinity.
You see him put his hand up like, eh. Like, yeah, I guess. I'm kidding.
Well, what experience do you have then?
I was kidding. I've, been barked about orders for the past couple of weeks, so I do get a little bit of, how or why to talk with them. Though, to be fair, they don't seem to have too many good words for this sun god. Though, I can't really say much. They seem like they have their own biases. The Pantheon throughout Hyrule doesn't seem like a lot of them like each other very well. The only one that seems to be universally liked, as far as I can tell, is, well, Zelda.
She does seem to be the great unifier in that aspect.
Yeah, all the gods can't really seem to stop getting her off of their minds. Apparently, when she was immortal, they were really rooting for her.
I see. Quite the darling, then.
I guess I can't complain. I'm in a similar boat.
Raise his eyebrow.
Well, all the other gods around me trying to vie for my attention. It's so hard to be popular.
I couldn't relate.
What? You're popular.
As of the recent couple months, but I did not grow up the center of attention and everyone's object of affection.
Oh, but when it's thrust upon you, that's when you have to rise to the occasion. You are going to be my queen, right?
When you put it that way, it seems...
I can't be a knight if you're not a queen. Though, I guess I could be your knight no matter what you decide to do. Yes, actually, I think I'll be your knight even if you don't become a queen. I'll be your knight if you become a baker. A baker needs a knight, right? I'm sure they have knights.
I mean, I technically am somewhat of a baker.
Ah, then I guess I'm somewhat of a knight then. Should I bow?
Wait. No bowing.
Well, how will you knight me?
I don't have anything to knight you with.
A baguette, obviously.
I don't have a baguette.
Chefos! You see him start to make his way.
Wait!
You stop him. He looks to you.
I have also finished procuring your clothing as well. Yes, if you'll just, not go to the kitchen and follow me instead to your room. Our room.
I suppose you know the dressings better than me, so you'll have to put them on me.
I guess it is the best way to make sure that they fit you properly.
He smiles.
But they should fit properly if you stood still during your measurements.
Oh, you're allowed to put your hands on me, but I can't put mine on you. That's not fair.
I did not say such a thing. I just start pushing him.
As you bring him up to the shared bedroom and show him the new clothing that both you and he have at this point. You tussle around for a little bit before you finally get him completely dressed in his new vestiges.
You wiggle way too much.
Force of habit. I have to always be in motion. That's how I look best.
You're not wrong in that aspect, I guess. But, how do they feel? They do not pinch, they are not too loose, even though it's meant to be kind of form-fitting while being a bit,
Now,
do you like them?
I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Just because, well, the two of us are together doesn't mean I shouldn't show any sort of flaws in anything. I think this is the best thing I've ever worn in my life. I'm sorry, was I too harsh on you? I take it back. It's the best thing I'll ever wear.
Thank you.
It's actually really, form-fitting, like you said, but it moves rather well.
It is the properties of the fabric.
It feels almost, well, really similar to the fabrics back home.
Charcoal had a bit of a literature about fabrics with her, and she did have some imported ones. And I just simply took study of the textures and the little bit that we had learned from seeing other Gerudo around. But
that explains it.
I was really sort of hoping I could capture the styles that did not seem too foreign, as if from home.
Oh, I should show you how some of my sisters dress. They have a feel to their fabric. It almost feels like it's liquid in sometimes.
Liquid?
Like the grains of sand throughout the desert flowing through your fingertips, though I guess if it flowed completely it would break. It feels almost like if you're holding a piece of the fabric as if you're cupping water in your hands.
Oh,
I'm sure you love it.
Must be very luxurious.
Though I've been told I'm not allowed to go back to the desert yet.
You're really barred from going much places, aren't you?
They tell me that I need to make sure that I keep myself safe, and after our little stunt, they are not allowing me anywhere that they feel is dangerous. They said as soon as I start making my way in any of those places, they'll immediately take away any influence they have with me. I really must have pissed them off.
Quite.
The two of them don't really want anything for themselves. But when they start talking about the other, they get really aggressive. Now, I would never say it in front of them, but they really need to kiss.
She's just like looking around, like as if like, are they listening?
I don't know. They probably are. I mean, they're gods.
Mhm.
What are they gonna do? Strike me down? You see him wince for a second. Whew, all right.
Keep doing that. If you keep testing them, they just might one day. And when you least expect it.
They still need me for now.
Right, they'll save all the smitings that you've accumulated during your time. All at once.
That's why I have to have a nice demon beside of me. Who else to fight against the gods?
Me? I've never fought a god.
I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure that if they tried to strike me down, they wouldn't kill me.
You sure?
50-50.
Mm.
But there's 3 of them, so it's like 2 50s or 3 50s, or... I'm sure one of them would stop the other. More like 75-25.
How about you try to stay in their good graces? It must be rather easy. I mean, you're very pretty. All you need to do is smile and flash your eyelashes and you'll be able to get anything you want.
Is that so? He pushes his hair back with his hand, looks to you, smiles, and then flutters eyelashes.
How can I help you, sir?
Wow, I have a power. How about we rest up until we make our way out then? If you want to go sooner, we can head out today.
Well, you just got back. You must be quite tired.
I am actually very much itching to make my way out. I so love Castletown. But I'd also rather be literally anywhere else right now. You can only take so much adoration from the people. And that's coming from me. I literally cannot take any more adoration from the people.
I mean...
There are so many guards that call out my name now, I don't even know if I've seen most of them.
Oh.
I can't tell any of them apart. Don't tell them that.
I will make sure not to. I mean, if you are that itching to go out, and I really don't have much other plan now that you've tried on your new garments, I do not see a reason why we cannot head out. We will have to reconvene with the hunters, though, at the Zora's domain.
That's fine. He brings his hand down and grabs onto yours. Besides, it'll be great to walk up with somebody who saved their village in my hand. That should give me some sort of cred. Or should I walk up with you in my arms instead? Or me in your arms?
I don't think I could carry you, even if I actually wanted to.
We'll stick with this then. Do you need to get anything?
There's just like a quick look around.
No, actually, I think simply merely calling out Orion, and then I think we could head post haste.
All right, Orion's coming.
Well, I'm sorry that you're not really much of a dog person.
You're forgiven. As you call out for Orion, you do find that Orion does make his way to you. Sitting atop of Orion, you see a little glowing fairy. As soon as the fairy would enter the room, it would fly over, land on your bed, and then just flop.
Yeah. Easter will keep the bed warm when we return.
I will? I guess I will. It does seem rather comfy. I thought she wasn't tired anymore.
I guess I guess at this point it's just a point of habit.
I'll never understand them.
I mean, I don't think there's much to understand.
Now that she's awake, should I fluster her by telling her that I can see her? It worked on Z.
You could attempt. What does she look like?
Looks at her. Quite pretty. I guess, if anything would be said, they were apparently a great fairy before then, right?
Oh, yes. The great fairies are said to be the most beautiful, are they not?
Just like leans in and whispers. That's fine. Sits back, disappointed look on his face. Gets back over to you. She doesn't care. This is weird.
Maybe right now she's too tired to care? I mean, to be fair, she kind of fell asleep almost absolutely anyway. There's got to be some lack of shame.
I really need to speak more with that squirrel one. They give a lot better responses to things, though I can never get close to them.
The name is Mona.
Mona?
They seem to be very attached to Miss Faraday.
Squirrel seems like a much better name.
I mean, they are rather squirrely.
Alright, come on, you. He picks up Orion.
Orion puts them like...
Orion starts like flailing in his arms.
Just holds them under his arm like a fucking log.
Orion's just flailing his little feet as he starts walking. He then stops, looks back to you, puts his other hand out to you.
She'll go and take it.
You guys would go to make your way to the river domain. Upon getting there, you would meet up with the two hunters that have wanted to make their way out with you. Bloop. As you do, you find that when it comes to it, each of them seem to have a sack of the same leathery scaled creatures that you guys have been descaling before. As they look to you, it should take us about a day and a half to make our way all the way down. Whenever we sit to rest, if you'd like, we can start messing about with some of these again.
Yes, of course.
I'll let you guys do that. He's looking at the sack and he's just like, I'll let you guys do that. That doesn't seem very... He looks to his nails. I don't think I can do that.
Why not?
Well, I just had them done.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're right.
What? And she just kind of like holds her out as they like stand like side by side.
You're right. At least one of us should be properly manicured.
Hers are not. Hers are not.
Well, I know what we need to do when we go back.
I will think about it.
She just like takes her hands back, just like a little self-consciously, like.
He looks to you. He like looks you over. Do demons get their horns shined? Is that a thing?
There's a little bit of a blush.
Yes, but in the time.
I should learn how to do that.
They are rather.
She just like takes a finger and like starts like stroking it.
They are rather neglected as of late.
Oh, they're wonderful, but I can make them shine if I learned how. I'm sure I can figure it out.
We'd need to visit a stable.
A stable?
You know, the tools they use to care for horses' hooves?
We'll have to get much fancier ones than that. I'll ask Gorthos. I'll see if he can make us something. Goddess metal or something.
There's the tapping of like the tip of her horn.
I'm also overdue for a filing.
I'm sure he can at least make that. Actually, one moment. He puts Orion in your hands. As he does, you see him glide.
Oh.
As he does the thing he did over at the castle again, where he just sort of jumps up and glides over.
Fucking Princess Peaches over all the way.
You see him disappear, and then a little bit later, like a minute later, he reappears, glides over. He wasn't there, but I asked somebody else. They should let him know when he comes back.
Yeah, oh, okay,
We can't just have you
Oh.
use anything. You're a champion.
I mean, we could have probably asked the royal stableman.
Oh. To be fair, it would be nice to have a horse at some point.
I've never ridden a horse.
Have you
But
ever
I've
ridden a
ridden
sand
lion.
seal?
No, well, what is a sand seal?
Oh, they're wonderful. Let me tell you about them.
Oh,
As you guys would get into one of your carriages and be pulled along down toward the south of this. They said it would take about a day and a half to get all the way down there. Upon getting down, you would be learning all about sand seals and sand seal etiquette. About the sand seal surfing throughout the sands and how they love pulling people along and getting belly rubs and all those good things.
how do they see?
That's one of the great mysteries of the sands. They probably have some kind of a sense about them to at least sense around things. Maybe like a I don't know, like a sonar or something. I don't know. Maybe like a keys.
Well, they're as fatty as regular seals.
Oh, they are extremely tubby and cute.
Do you eat them?
Sometimes.
Oh,
Not the ones raised for travel.
oh. I must procure some sand seal then.
Yeah, we need to too. That sounds really good.
Like, oh man, fuck. Oh fuck.
Let's go fucking kill a seal. Let's go.
Let's go get a fucking walrus.
As you guys would be making your way, I have a thing. I don't know if I put it in quite yet. Looking for it.
I do actually want to eat a seal one day.
Really?
Yeah. Like there are cultures that eat seal. They say that seal meat kind of tastes like is as fatty as like pork, but like with like a fishy flavor. Like a fishy
I'm intrigued by
like
this fish
like-
dog.
like fishy
By
fat.
this fish dog.
Yeah, sea dog.
Ba.
Land dog meet sea dog.
I might not have put it in. I'm sad about it. Because I was between 3 different ones. So, fuck it. Either way.
Makes you kind of wonder because it's like regular seals are fat because they eat a lot of fish. Well, what do sand seals eat?
Hydromelon.
What makes them fat?
Lots and lots of hydromelon.
Lots of Malone. Choose.
They eat
Choose.
they eat fish, but we have watermelon to keep us. No. As you guys would be traveling, it'd take you around a day or so to get all the way down. You do note that the day and a half that they said it would take does get extended by another half of a day, as you would find that some of the bridges along the path would have been destroyed, it seems. As you guys would get out to investigate them every now and then, you would find that there is tampering being done to the ropes that would hold the bridges up. As they would look back, Lizalfos must have done this. I don't think that there's any around. We heard there was a great migration heading off toward the west, but still, keep your eye out in case any are straggling.
Is there any particular weak point to aim for?
When it comes to Lizalfos, most of the time it's just the idea of overpowering them. One of the big reasons why a lot of us go through our transformation is so that we have a physique enough to take them whenever we can. However, whenever it comes to their actual weak points, some of them have sensitive parts to them. Anything that isn't a muscle, their eyes, their horns, different aspects, their ears. a lot of the time it seems that the softer points of them are the best to go after, though to be fair, that's the same for any creature.
I see.
One thing that I have noticed about them is they do tend to overestimate themselves. Sometimes whenever they're lying in wait or hiding, they pick very obvious places, at which point you can ambush them very easily. They seem to remain perfectly still even if you're staring right at them sometimes. They're not incredibly smart in that way.
But didn't some of the Lizalfos come in contact with some sort of draft that gave them at least the ability to speak?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. We haven't really had a lot of, well, interactions with them ever since this strange liquid you guys kept telling us about. That being said, we have had a couple of them seen at the very least. Though that does mean that they've been moving a little bit more in individual aspects, which is against the herd mentality we usually see them do. They are difficult to pin down at the best of times. That being said, most of the time, whenever they are going about, I don't see them getting much more from what they already had. Just because they can speak doesn't mean they can't be stupid.
Very true.
I know plenty of stupid people who can speak.
I know quite a couple myself as well.
That's not very nice.
That's not what I said! I mean what I meant! I'm just saying that, I think maybe Brother Vega's rammed his head into a couple too many things.
Ah, yeah. What are you going to do about him, by the way? You had talked about one point about getting him another new cloak.
Yes. That is still a work in progress.
Sorry I wasn't there.
I mean...
He actually does, look down as he says that.
Well...
It's entirely my fault that I'm not, but I hope that you guys are able to forgive me in my absence.
I wouldn't have blamed you. I don't think, really, there was anything any of us could have done, even with your abilities.
As soon as I'm done with this, I will find a way to come back. If I'm needed at that point.
Really, it's fine. If anything, what happened to me would have been entirely my fault. But I knew everybody would be able to come through.
Whatever is your fault, he takes your hand, is mine. I'm your knight, right? What's your problem is my problem. And I'm not being a very good one right now.
You can take responsibility for that later, then.
I will. Promise.
Maybe in more private company.
I could ask them to leave. He just looks at you. I could ask them to leave.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, we could leave. I'm like...
It's do you want us to? No, it's fine.
I could ask them to stay?
No!
Okay, good. They would break me.
Just looks at them and then looks back at Callan and just
Right?
I don't... How good are your magic resistances?
As you guys would continue to travel.
No, I just imagine this one actually gets into this pose and just cracks his knuckles.
Yeah, he just goes, let's go.
Magic resistance is crack, crack.
Time to show what I got.
That answers my question.
Polo sitting on a couch, several Zora and a Gallon behind. No, I'm playing.
No! Absolutely not!
As you guys would make it to what you can see is a very large tower in front of you. Looking at the tower itself, as you approach it, this is not the right music for this, hold on. Looking at the tower itself as you approach, you find that the glow at the top of the tower, you would have expected it to be a lot brighter than it is getting this close. As you look up to the tippy top of it, you note that the tower itself seems to be emanating this sort of dark red light from it. Not malicious, but definitely this is where the sense of sunset seems to be coming from, all throughout the land to the north. As you look up at it and see it, you notice that Gallon, as you all approach, seems to start and grab onto the side of the carriage.
Huh? Galen, is something wrong?
He seems to grab at his throat for a second. What?
Are you alright?
There's something here. What's wrong? There's... Polo.
Huh?
It's dying.
Dying?
Whatever's in there is dying.
The deity, or?
You see him immediately go to the front and jump out from the carriage.
Wait!
As he does, you go yourself toward there. You hear a bit of a growl from Orion, but he does follow you. Do you jump out?
Yeah, she grabs Orion and jumps out with him.
As soon as it does, as soon as you do, you find that Orion seems to immediately go into bark, big boy form. As you jump out, you land on Orion as he starts running off, picking up Gallon in his teeth as he goes. As you start approaching this tower, you find that Gallon, after a moment, jumps off and looks over toward it. As he does, he steps one step over toward the large double doors leading into the place before he stumbles back and grabs onto his head.
What's wrong?
Let me in! No!
Huh?
Orion seems to growl toward him. They won't let me in!
Who?
The goddesses, they won't let me in!
Wait, is it because of... But... Do you not need to converse to the sun god?
I do, but... As he's looking up toward the light above, you start to see the light begin to dim some more, as that deep red has started to make its way into a little bit less of a colored red.
What must I do?
Yep. Hold on. He looks to you. You have some of my power in the ring, right? He looks to Orion. He looks back to the guys that are running over to you guys at this point. You see him just sit onto the ground and begin to look as if he's meditating. I'm going to pray from here. I'm going to see if I can't communicate with them. You take that in there and find where they are and do what I'm doing.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, they won't let me...
No, it's
If
not
there's
your
anything
fault.
dangerous, Orion, bring her out.
We'll be fine. I promise.
Orion goes up and just sort of bashes his head against the door to knock it open. As he does, you see him make his way in a little bit ahead of you.
Yeah. She's gonna follow right after.
You start to make your way into this large cylindrical tower. Behind you, you hear the two that had caught up with Gallon begin to stop at him and start asking him questions. As they do, one of them starts to step in and go in with you behind you. As this happens, you start seeing these large stairs that go around the central area. Looking at the area itself, it seems like there used to be a lot of bookcases and a lot of different sorts of knickknacks along the walls of this place. However, it seems that there's been almost like a tornado running through here. Everything's been knocked off of its shelf. Some of the books have been burnt to cinders. And from what you can tell, any sort of small knickknacks around the area or any sort of artifacts seem to have been broken onto the ground. You see the ground at this point seems to give off a shine of what you can only tell from working with it as much as you have as goddess metal.
She just kind of starts moving up the stairs, kind of watching
Orion
her step as she
tries to go up the stairs in big mode. He cannot, so he has to go bloop.
Yeah.
As the two of you start going up, you see Piers looking up and about as he looks through the area. I'll check out the first floor.
Yes, of course. Please be careful.
I'll be right there.
And she's gonna keep going up.
You make your way up and up as you go to the second floor of this large tower. Upon getting there, you see almost the same, except that upon looking around at all the things that appear to have been seared and scorched in this area, you see that there are white ash everywhere, as if something had been completely burnt to cinders and have completely coated everything in this part of the room. A lot of the books as well has been, again, burnt to cinders. A lot of the area about this place seems to have been wrecked, as if there was a large-scale battle happening. You do make your way into the center. As you note, as you start stepping through, you disturb something on the ground. Looking down, you see what appears to be that same white soot-like stuff covering this fabric on the ground. As you reach down to see what it is and notice that you seem to dust it off some of it with your shoe, you see the same kind of robe that the necromancer had wore before. The same kind of red robe laying there. That same sage-like robe.
Yeah, there's kind of just like picking it up and like looking at it.
You note as you pick it up and look through it, as soon as you do, you are at half health, correct?
Yes.
Polo.
I think so.
Now is a good time to show something to you, in general. I have changed your demonic presence, your demonic senses, and your high demon state's wording slightly. I've changed it so that they can better be understood and better be used. However, the first thing I'd like to just show you immediately is your high demon state.
Yeah.
As you go to it, I've now made sure that the wording on it is a lot better, as right now it actually mentions that your half demon kind of form is your malice state. It's always been called malice. We just haven't really said anything about it.
Yeah.
However, there are new abilities down below it. While you're in your malice state, which triggers when you're at half health, you have your demonic senses always active at a single inquisitive glance, which means you have to say that you're looking at something, but that does mean that your demonic senses will always be working when you do say that. Your demonic presence no longer requires a use of your ability, and those uses can be used to fuel your other abilities. So if you look, you have the 3 Doritos on your thing. While you're in your half demon state, you no longer have to use your Doritos.
Oh, okay.
There is a caveat to it. As you look at it, these can only be used in battle or intense situations from now on. That does mean that you can't use it for literally every role, but you can use it basically constantly now. However, your demonic senses now, you see this little free Dorito you had that you've had forever?
Yeah.
Before it had literally no use, because I could not remember why I gave it to you.
Yeah, I couldn't remember either.
However, now we have it to where this will give you a use of your demonic presence whenever to use for any role. If you find something that's demonic in nature, which is pretty good. I also added to the bottom that your demon sense of sight, smell, touch, hearing, and taste are double while you're in your demonic senses. That's what the initial you getting used to it was.
Yeah.
That being said, those you are connected to now regenerate 1d4 hearts per turn. I think that was better than your regular regeneration I gave you because it literally was useless to you at half health. However, it now will work on Orion.
Oh, okay.
You no longer suffer from exhaustion while you're in battle, and you gain 2 squares of base movement. Those were always there, just with different wording. I couldn't fit it on this, but it still does have the caveat of if you are defeated while you're in high demon state, that you will take 3 exhaustion.
Yeah.
That was always there. I just couldn't fit it on the card.
Yeah.
That being said,
Okay.
those are the new things of the cards. We can go over them at any point if anything is up with them. But as you look to the fabric that's there, you immediately sense demonic presence onto it. As you look to it, it's even stronger than what you felt whenever you looked at the necromancer. He was just kind of an asshole, but this seems to actually be some sort of malice attached to this. Looking around at the dust around, none of the ash that's around seem to give off a demonic presence, but this fabric does. For a moment, yeah.
Oh, you're just like still holding the fabric and then like looking around for anything that stands out.
For a moment, you stare to the fabric, wondering what it could all mean. As you do, is someone there?
Hello?
I'm up here.
Up?
Up here.
Looks up.
There is still another floor above you.
Hang tight. I'm coming, sir?
You rush your way up. As you do, you find that the steps, the more you go up them, the more of that same like white soot or ash begins to build up. The further you go up, the more it seems to be, until you are literally walking through several inches of this on the ground.
Yeah.
As you get to the 3rd floor, you look about. It almost looks as if there was a snowstorm in the room. In front of you, for a moment, you see nothing. However, you do finally take note of a lump in this snow-like ash. As you do, you head over to it. You see something laying in the soot, leaving a bit of an impression in it. You can't see it, but just standing there looking at it through your demonic senses, you can tell that it is nothing demonic. As you look it over, hello?
Hello? Are you alright?
Who is it?
My name is Polo. I am...
One second, let me change the music real quick. Blah. Not that. There we go. It's the same. It's the same game. It's just hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I am here to help.
Here to help.
I was told someone is dying.
Oh. Is that what this is? I guess that makes sense.
She's like still been holding on to like this cloak. She just ended up just taking it with her. But
Are you the sun god?
I guess that's one way to put it. Who are you?
Myself and my partner, we came to seek you out.
Well, here I am. You could be the last one to speak with, Zolaire.
Zolaire?
Some call me the deity of the sun. Some call me the star deity. Others call me the one who shines the brightest. I guess that's just me.
Why are you... Are you not a deity? A god?
Are you with the one who wore that cloak?
Just like looks at her hand, realizes she still has it.
No! No,
That
No.
cloak belonged to... Well... You sense, just by him stopping for a moment, that he is somewhat hesitant at that. Someone whom I trusted. Unfortunately, I suppose I should have known better. Even those who have been put on the level of gods, I suppose, can make mistakes.
Is there anything I can do?
I am sensing there is one nearby who is on the level of a sage, is there not?
Yes. They, for some reason, cannot enter. They are being forbidden.
Forbidden? By who?
The goddess of time and the goddess of the sands.
Ah. I truly must be gone then. I didn't think they hated me that much.
I do not think they do. I think they sense danger.
No, I was a joke. They're cute.
Are you going to tell me you think they should kiss too?
Oh, definitely. Though whenever I told them that, they no longer wanted to hang out with me.
Well, right now they need you.
Need me?
Both of them. My partner, he's the male Gerudo. He was...
He's the one going around looking to bring them to mortal form, right?
Yes. He needs you to do it.
I should not have trusted that man.
That man, who is that man?
The sage who was here before. They had told me a similar tale. Though, some gods have all the luck, I guess. Sorry, I'm being a bit, I guess, negative. It was nice to talk with you, Polo, before... Well... I'm glad the last one I talked to was not the one who struck me down.
The sage. What was he like? We could find him.
I would never wish that onto anyone. I would never put someone in danger past my own life. I lost, and he won. For a moment, you stare toward the indentation here. You do remember that Galen had told you at one point
To
to
pray.
potentially to pray.
My partner may not be able to enter, but I have some of his power with me. I simply need to pray.
To pray.
Mm.
You are a half demon, are you not?
Yes.
And the one that you are with, you said they're your partner?
Mm-hmm.
How are they?
As in,
I'm
as a
a
person,
bit of a gossip.
He's wonderful.
Mm.
He is very charming. A bit, very much so a flirt. He's very kind. I think if not for him, I would still be so scared and cowardly.
You must really love them.
More than anything.
I wish you
That's
the
why
best then in your life.
But that's why you can't die yet.
Hmm?
Because like they've helped me, I wish to help them. And for that, you cannot die.
I require the power of a sage. Your partner's power I do sense within you, but it is not him by proxy that I can do anything with. He has been forbade to come here because this place is dangerous for him.
I also had my own reason to come here as well.
Oh?
I was looking for you. To make counsel with you. I might not have all the potential to become a sage like Galen, but I want to try.
You want to try to be a prophet?
Yes. Because of his mission, he cannot join us on our quest, and we feel his absence very much. He is so adept at magic and healing, and I'm not at either of them. But if I can even do a sliver of what he can do, then I could help as many people as possible. We could prevent what happened last time. That's why I need more power.
Interesting. I believe the reason they stopped him from making his way here is because if he truly is as kind as you say, he would have tried to aid me in however he could, but to house someone like me or to aid them requires a much stronger body than I believe any mortal out there could handle. That being said, it may not be too much for a demon.
You'll find I'm not just any half-demon. I am its future queen.
Well then. Could you bring your hands together in prayer then? We will see what we can do. Just so you know, though, I do not know the dangers you would be going into. I do not know how much of a problem I will be to you.
That's fine. Back then, I would have been a lot more scared. But I truly believe now that there's nothing I can't handle.
All right. Let us see. Do you bring yourself down?
Yeah.
You bring yourself down in the way that Galen did before. As you go into a prayer-like stance, you would note, just like before, everything in the area would begin to go entirely into blackness. As it does, looking forward. Hold on, is this it? There we go, perfect. Looking forward toward where the figure was, you see what appears to be a form standing in front of you, a slender male form. The entirety of the body of this person seems to be covered in a ever-shifting color of reds and yellows and oranges, the hues shifting about the body as they walk. As they look to you, as I mentioned before, I am Zolaire.
It is nice to meet you.
I like to consider myself a powerful deity in these lands, though not many people lay praise to me as they used to. I'm a little bit out of the way. A lot of the time, the only ones I can hope to bring in are those, well, monsters around the area that find comfort in me. And for a time I thought that was enough, but they are rather difficult to handle. A lot of them finding, well, ways to misinterpret things that I would send them. I have been blamed for many things that may have been my fault if you think on it like that. Though I am reckless, I like to consider myself a connoisseur of love. If there was
Your
anything...
sages haven't helped your reputation.
I'm a little bit more wishy-washy right now than I usually am, thanks to the dying aspect, I think. But I do think that I like to consider myself a deity of love. One that loves to gossip, one that loves to see the affections of those around me, as they are senses of love and lust do not come to me anymore, ever since making my way into being a deity. So I love hearing about them, I love seeing them, I love moving with them, I love allowing them to blossom and go in any form that can see, which is why certain deities may or may not like me.
You were once mortal.
Yes. Similarly to your mortal goddess. Although I guess it would make sense that you would think that only she would be that, given her name. The stars burn very bright. No one can hold this form for very long. And as I am the star deity, it is been known the one before me had burnt up in a similar way as you see around me now. The ash that you stand in is, well, my power brought forth. The sage who has made his way here, he made me feel love for the first time. He made me feel emotionally and physically like I was someone who could finally experience those things again. And because of his ways of working about things, I thought he wanted the best for me, but it turns out he just wanted to bring forth some of my power to steal it. So, I guess silly me.
It's like he's saying these things and she's just like, her face is like getting redder and redder. Just like,
But I guess everyone has some sort of jilted lover story out there, right?
I wish I never have to.
I do not wish it on you either. It seems that, from what I've heard of him, he seems rather interesting. What I would ask of you, Polo, there are 2 things we could do. You could take what is left of my light, and you could keep a part of me alive that way. And I suppose, if you were to do that, if you did find him, I would be grateful, at least the part of me that still would be with you would be grateful that he would see some sort of justice. Or, you could allow me to travel with you. I would essentially live within you for a time. But that is very dangerous, as you would probably guess. I do not know how it would affect you, but I could give you more power in that way, at more of a risk.
But
it is your decision.
It would keep you alive, would you not?
I have lived for a long time. It is difficult to think of that leaving me, that ending, but everyone has to have to go through that eventually, right? I've able to surpass my own limits by becoming this godly being. It's just it catching up to me in the end.
The gods are not supposed to die.
In a perfect world, yes, but I believe the golden goddesses work in mysterious ways. You hear a slight bit of sarcasm coming from him as he says that.
I don't know if I could promise that we could find him. I don't even know who I'm looking for. And it seems in the sadness of your tone that you still love them.
I do not know how he was able to do it, but he was able to bring those emotions back in me. I shouldn't be able to feel that anymore. But I do. And I want, more than anything, to feel them more. It's a selfish request to make, but I do find that whenever I sense those things, or hear of those things, or be around those things, I can be a bit more exuberant with my power. I feel energetic. It's really weird to say out loud, because I don't wish to make you feel awkward. But, for example, if you were to take me within you, then if you were to ever plant a loving kiss onto one of your friends or your partner, I could give you more power for that as well. I do find myself to be a god of love, after all.
Well, I guess that makes sense. But
I don't mean to make it sound weird.
no, it
Love is a wonderful thing. And It is one of the most powerful emotions that can be felt. It is something that, even if he did do it to me for malicious reasons, I can't be mad that it's within me again. While I can't say that I completely forgive that man, I want to see him brought to justice. I can't say that I don't, that I'm not happy that I was able to feel it again, and that I continue to be able to.
It is a little scary when I realized that I was in love. But it was all so new and incredible. It drove me to do so much. I never believed Mother when she talked about it. But now I can't imagine how I could have ever not believed her.
If you do take me within you...
Absolutely.
As I was going to say, if you do, you must tell me more.
I will absolutely assist you.
I'm sorry for any inconveniences that may come to you for that. But if you'll have me, I gladly accept. Then Polo, I deem you my chosen mortal. There is no one else that I would find that could possibly handle this. I hope that I am right, and that I do not cause you any pain. As he says that, you find a bright light happening about you. Polo.
Yeah.
I had 3 cards ready for you.
Huh.
One of them. Both of these are the same card, by the way.
Oh.
Both of these are the same thing.
Oh, okay, cool.
One
I
of
get
them,
double each.
You don't.
Oh, okay.
One of them is the Rite of the Sun. The sage, when devoting themselves to the deity they worship, given holy words, yada yada yada, we've already seen that part. By saying the Rite of the Sun God Zolaire as an action, the user is able to heal an ally by 3d4. You may also invoke this rite as a reaction to add 1d4 light or heat damage onto an enemy. An attempt to... I was supposed to be onto an attack. An attempt to dry them. DC 14 plus spirit or resistance save. When a target is dry, this is the first time we have it in writing, when a target is dry, they take double damage from heat and fire-based attacks. Now, I had 2 things. One of them... Let me get onto it. Where are you at, you little... One of them was called the Star Deity's Favor. Which was going to be what you got if you had just allowed him to give you power. However, you were going to be getting the Star Deity's Blessing, because you allowed him to stay within you.
It's Rainbow.
It is Rainbow.
Because he's gay.
No, shut up. Yes, but no.
Because it's gay.
Because it's cute. I liked it.
Rainbow.
The sage devoting themselves to the sun god Zolaire gains many boons depending on their relationship with them, with the god or any of the god has deemed worthy. Upon offering a kiss to the sun god through his chosen follower's lips, the sage may use any right they possess an additional time. This is going to be allowing you to perform the rite that you got from Galen multiple times as well, because it is a rite that you have the ability to use. Also, upon the one who is housing the sun god, the boon of luck is given to them. Each morning, the chosen may roll 1d20. This dice may be used to replace any roll they see. These dice remain active as long as you are in favor of the sun god.
Oh.
Basically, that thing that you guys do through Destiny tokens, he just gives you one of those every morning. Every morning there's actual gameplay, because if we're counting travel, then you're going to get a lot of these damn things. Okay. So you're not going to get them for the remainder of the 4 weeks. Anyway.
yeah, it's okay.
But yeah, You have both of these.
I have rainbow.
The other one is literally the same thing, only it didn't have the bottom thing.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That being said, as you feel this immense light entering you, you feel this immense feeling of warmth coming through. You open your eyes. As you do, the area about you, all of the soot that was on the ground, seems to immediately vanish. You hear clamoring up the stairs. What's wrong? What happened? The ash. Everything is. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm fine. I think everything is all right now.
I'll go and see if Galen is there. Hold here. It doesn't seem there's any enemies about.
Yes.
He runs off. He seems a pretty high strung.
I guess, I mean, I was too when you're in my head now.
Oh, I will most likely, go dormant until a time that you wish to speak with me, if you wish. I won't be here all the time, though.
Oh, I see.
Most of the time I'll be resting, but if you do wish to speak with me, I will always be here. Don't worry, I won't be listening to everything, though there are things I will be privy to, being you, after all.
Such as?
Well, if you wish to speak with me, I will be able to more or less understand what you're wanting to ask of me. At any time that I am awake, I will be able to essentially see things as you do. And, well, if there's anything you wish me to know, I will be able to search through and find it through your head, if you wish. Make things easier. Essentially, you housing me would mostly mean that I am here. I am you for the time being. So anything that you would experience, I would experience as well.
So, you are me and I am you?
Yes. Persona.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna directly quote it.
You could say that, yes.
Huh.
Until such a time as you wish to part from me, or I am strong enough to part from you.
Well then. Well, I wouldn't have taken you in if I was going to part from you when you're not ready. So, stay as long as you need to. As long as you like. As they say, my heart is your home.
Then if you don't mind, I will sleep for a while. As he seems to quiet for a moment, you hear footsteps coming up from downstairs as not only Piers, but what appears to be Galen and Bando make their way up. As they do, Galen seems to immediately just run up to you. Are you all right? Everything, what happened?
I saw the sun god.
Oh, well, if it's that simple, all right, good. You're fine.
Yes, I'm fine.
I was worried when they said that I couldn't come here. I thought there was some monster or something in here.
No, it was just the sun god. But everything's okay now.
I don't feel that pressure anymore. That could mean one of two things. He looks to you. Is he dead?
No. They are,
Good, I need him.
but, it's a little complicated.
Hmm?
If you'll, promise not to laugh.
He looks to you, thanks for a lot longer than you want him to. Eventually nods. Fine.
Give me your hand.
You'll take your hand?
And she'll put it like on her chest, and it's just like,
Me.
Oh?
Until they are ready. They are within me.
Oh, I'm dating the sun god, alright.
Yes, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, he could say that, I suppose.
I guess that could be said. I am the sun god.
Gallon
now.
smiles and gives you a hug.
Did you also know, though, that they are also the god of love?
I haven't heard amazingly good things about him. I don't
That's
think I've ever heard that from them.
not of any fault of his own.
Hmm?
If anything, you and him are a lot alike.
He looks at you as he's like, oh? Is he as handsome as me? Flutter, flutter, flutter.
I mean, I couldn't. I mean, how attractive can a ball of light be compared to the male Gerudo?
The answer is no.
No.
Ah, that's what I thought. He begins looking around the room. There must be something in here about what I need. I'll probably have to stay here for a little bit reading some of these books that aren't destroyed. To put those speed reading glasses to the test.
she like looks over to where she might have like dropped the cloak.
It is just a little bit away from you, yeah?
I found this. It seems that whoever wore this is what did this to them.
Now, as you look to it without any of the ash around it, you notice that it is a very much a blood red looking cloak. Looking at it, and again, looking through your own demonic senses, you do find that it is basically covered in malice. It makes you think for a moment that the reason this is a blood red cloak might actually just be monster blood.
Yeah, it's just like with that in mind, like she's holding it, but she's just kind of like, eh.
They broke his heart.
Tell me all about it. Come on.
Yes.
He leads you a little bit over toward where it looks like there is a little sitting area. Upon looking about the place, you do eventually get the three of them caught up to speed onto what happened. As you explain to them what's going down, you can omit certain things if you wish or not.
I mean, there's no reason not to tell them certain parts, but yeah.
So if I'm kissing you, I kiss him? What about the other things? No, anyway.
Wait, what?
As you explain to them everything, they do seem to get a little upset, just like you, as you're just like sitting there like he broke his heart. It's just like fucking this guy comes up to our deity, fucking goes to smooch at him, then kills him. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, where is he? We'll fucking kill him.
I got a bow. I'll shoot him with my bow.
How dare you bully our deity?
But as you explain everything to them, you look around the area. Gallon does seem like, for a bit, he does seem to look around at the place. Well, let's see if he left anything useful behind then. Most likely he must have stolen whatever he wanted when he left. I'm guessing he's the reason the Lizalfos left off to the west then.
Likely so.
Which means he either took something from them or they're with him. Let's see if he has anything here about the forms. They must have done something to try to summon him here. He starts like grabbing like at a random book nearby. As he holds it in his hand, it seems to fall apart slightly as he just goes, Maybe bringing Obra here to try to get these back to normal might be good. If she can even do something like that.
It's worth a try.
Let's see what we can find out for ourselves first. If you don't mind, we could hang about here and I could, I guess, tell you a little bit about how to be a prophet.
Yes, I would love that. And I mean...
Just like actually like looks around like all the broken artifacts and like mess, and it's like even though there's no sand everywhere.
And when he's ready, he's going to have to return home.
We could clean the place up, move some new stuff in here, set him up a new door. Gives a wink at the new door.
I think he deserves that much.
For the next little bit, you and Gallon, as well as some of the hunters, though they would come and go, would stay here at the Sun God's Temple. Every now and then, you guys would make your way out to go back to the main area. If you guys had ever wanted to, you could go and try to grab one of your guys' magic doorknobs to make the trip a little bit easier for you guys. As you guys would do that, you guys can talk about that on with yourselves in a second and see if you want to. But after a couple of weeks of getting this place back up to somewhat decent looking area about, eventually you guys are able to find Ronan and Obra. Eventually you guys are able to find Marco, are able to find Gorthos. Everybody does eventually make their way back after the predetermined month is over. As that is the case, everybody is going to be getting some little training things.
Oh,
Each of you are going to be gaining 4 skill points.
Hey.
You put into whatever you guys would wish in your stats. Looking at your cards, you guys can hopefully see what your new things would need. Though some of you may just be seeing normal shit. Currently, the maximum for anything is 7. Just letting everybody know that right now. Yeah, you guys can put them wherever you'd like. I'll put them right over top of your little zones here.
And then we got an extra one for the Triforce bit.
I believe you guys already had that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Some of you guys already put that places.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have, technically, some of you have 5.
Yeah.
And there we go. Over here. Yeah, you still have this one, Gorthos.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
But yeah, whenever you guys get through things, you guys can also ask me if you are confused as to anything about your cards or anything about your stats at all, about certain things. As you guys will be getting everything back together, a simple end of things here, as you guys would have the choice to make this place into a come-to spot that is entirely, again, up to you guys. But Obra would come here at one point. Between Obra and Ronan, you guys would try to use some fabricate on some of these books to try to repair them. I would like for Ronan to give me a magic roll.
Oh, okay. I might have missed the part where we said we were doing things with books, but I'm all for it.
It's basically them coming and asking you guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I will say that with that roll, with the thing that I already made for Obra, you guys are able to get a couple of things back to normal. However, Fabricate does not work on goddess metal, which really sucks. So a lot of the trinkets about are not able to be fixed. And Ronan, as you try to duplicate any of the books, unfortunately, they are a little bit out of your way as you just duplicate a broken book.
Just the shitty book. Is this what you wanted?
Obra is able to get a couple of them working again. However, it does seem that some of the knowledge here has been lost. That being said, we can get into how you guys will react to this place, as well as what you guys plan on doing in the next time, as we are finally out of the forced 4-week time off we had.
The forced thing that we opted into.
The forced that I forced you. I held your hand behind your back. And I said, Ronan, train your magic.
I feel like if you would permit this.
Roll me one more time. Roll me one more time. I just saw you had a fleeting.
Roll who rolls?
Ronan,
oh, okay.
Yeah, I just saw you had a fleeting. My bad.
Can I throw this in while this is happening?
Go ahead, man.
May as well.
That's a lot better.
That's much better.
That's a 17.
That may change things. We'll see next game. Because I was sitting there like, you don't copy a random nobody book. We'll see. What were you saying, Gorthos?
Is he within Gorthos' presence?
All right. I need you to roll me a DC 15 experience check.
Do it. I believe in you.
Why not? I have to have you guys use your
inspiration.
Man.
Unfortunately, you can only add half of it, which will be rounded
Does he
down.
have any fleeting?
Gorthos did not have any fleeting.
Okay, I may as well ask that.
However, you are able to add 3 to that if we round down, so that instead of being a 17 is a 20. That's interesting. Ronan.
Huh.
You briefly see into a universe where you do absolutely nothing and make a shitty book.
That's what I'm expecting to happen.
However, as you take one of the books that Obra is not messing about with, you do grab onto it. You look over toward Polo, who is watching with extreme interest as you guys are trying to see if you can fix some things here. As Obra is trying to get some of the more larger things together, you grab this book. As you do, you use your Fabricate. You see for a moment as the magic seems to flow through the book itself, and in your other hand, you create a second book. Looking at it itself, it appears to have a symbol on the front of the book. It seems to have a symbol of a star on it. The cover of the book itself seems to be a dark blue hue, and as you look it over, it does appear to be written in a strange language as you open it up. However, the book itself seems to be completely remade. Nothing of the actual lettering seems to be off. It just is not written in Hylian, from what you can tell.
Yeah.
As you hand this back over toward Polo, it's like, God did it.
Here you go. I don't know what it says, but there's your book.
Just like flips through it. Do I know what it says in here?
It does not appear to be written in a language you know either. However, this is going to be a tome, similar to how Gallon had a tome for the mortal goddess. I'm going to be giving you a tome of the star for the star deity / the sun deity.
I'm gonna have to teach this fucking child how to read.
It is also not written in ancient Hylian.
The fuck is this book written in?
Who knows, man?
Fucking demonish. I don't know.
You think I'd be well versed in that too?
You're just like, guys, stand back. I'll get it. You open it up. What the fuck is this?
You'd figure that as old as Gorthos is, he'd learn a lot of languages by now.
He does, yes.
Gorthos
thought that he knew all languages.
You know that one picture of Gaston from Beauty and the Beast where he's holding the book, like, sideways?
Yes, exactly. It's like turning it around, like, you sure it's upright.
As he opens up, like, guys, hold back, hold on. Looks it open. Mm-hmm. Flips it over. Mm-hmm. Holds it sideways. What the fuck is this?
Yes, he sees. Saw this. He sees. He does not know how to read this.
A page falls out like it's a special magazine.
Ooh. He still doesn't know what he's looking at.
It's just more writing.
But yes, I will be giving you a tome of the star.
Yeah.
It'll work similarly to how Galen's tome worked. However, it'll be for star / sun themed.
Oh.
I've been waiting for this guy to actually show up, because before this, he's been basically meant to be like, this is like the worst god. No one ever fucking should go and get with him. He's bad god. He's like, no, I just, you know, I'm just one of the gods that allow monsters to fucking praise them because nobody else does.
Monsters deserve love too, and it's amazing that it's Polo that became.
Well, the big thing with it too is that he also realizes that while these monsters are praising me, they're also going off and doing really bad things with the things that I gifted them with. So I do get it.
Oops. Oops.
Oops.
Oopsie poops.
But yeah,
Can I do that?
as you guys will be sitting here in your new god tower for a little bit, we'll be coming back to things next time as you guys decide what to do with said god tower, and then decide where you're gonna go from there. Most likely to go to WitchCon, because if you don't, what Gorthos will tell you is that she will come to you.
Cool.
And
Next time, if you will permit it, DM Sama, during those 4 weeks, could we say that at some point we finally got the fucking ghost out of me?
Oh no, we can.
You
say
just said
it.
we could say anything.
I don't mean it happened. We can say whatever we want. I'm playing. Yeah, we can mess around with it.
Because I just feel bad that the spirit's been in me for months now.
I love it so much because I think you're gonna appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
I think you as a player will appreciate it. But yes,
no.
With that being said, as each of you will be collecting yourselves, we're gonna end the recording right there. Hope you guys have a good time. We switched over to having you guys have your little reactives halfway through game. So they're all hanging out there. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
We'll check that out later. Until next time, guys. Always, later days.
I can't believe I'm my own class now.